last time in Renascence, you guys had...
This goes both ways. It's last time in Renascence.
Yeah.
The final time.
For the last time in Renascence, last time in Renascence.
Yeah. I mean, it's the last session.
Yeah.
Wink.
You guys had fought your way down to the bottom of the Sea of Halan. You had revived Volos, freed him from the seal around this dark entity below the tower, and resurrected him. And you had set up an ambush for Loshrog. And last session, we saw that ambush sprung, and it got ugly. But you guys fought through it and came out the other side victorious. And now Loshrog and the remnant of his party lay dead, floating in the water, slowly sinking towards the seafloor down below.
With pensive violin music.
Yeah. So we are picking up pretty much directly in the wake of that. It is the morning of the 45th of Arendath, the third month of the year, and Loshrog is dead.
Are we stabilized, everybody?
Yeah, I think at this point you guys have retrieved Barnaby from his upward trajectory. Woken him up.
My floaties go off.
They did, buddy. They did.
Yeah, you picked Gerald's, and I could have sworn Gideon.
He did. I checked. He did get knocked unconscious.
They were unconscious, so you guys would have been able to wake everybody up. It would take some potions and some spell slots, but everybody is conscious.
Okay.
We still have to deal with the portal, and the thing is chewing at it, right?
Yeah, so Loshrog now being dead, you guys being able to take a moment to catch your breath and look around. Looking into the tower does not look terribly different in there. The golden light that spread through it after Burberry invoked a divine intervention, it remains. You can still see the blue ring of glowing runes around the aperture in the center of the floor. You can see, a bit of that red light shining up through it, although it is kind of overtaken by the gold that hangs in the air now. And down on the seafloor, where you've been able to see this red light shining up blindingly through cracks in the seabed. Before, you saw the silhouettes of these massive spawn kind of constantly churning down against the bedrock. Always moving, always shifting, clearly doing something, though no one dared draw too close. Now, however, you can see there has been a change in the activity down there. This churning has slowed. The distant rumble of their movements has quieted. And the mass of creatures down there has sort of paused. For the first time in weeks, it's actually fairly quiet down here. And as you're kind of looking over the edge of the tower landing, you can see here and there the distant shadows of one creature here, two creatures over there, beginning to push their way towards the edges of this crowd, or else kick off of the seafloor and begin to swim up and away.
Do I need to go on a vanishing spree?
Well,
I'm pretty sure this will seriously disrupt the ecosystem.
I think this is as good of a circumstance as we could have hoped for. It sort of implies that La Shirag was forcing them to do that. And without his command, they've stopped.
I know, let us actually be able to go down there and see what the fuck's going on. For the first time, too.
True. I will toss in there just before we would have, like we wouldn't have just left the body. I think we would have collected the people's bodies. Like La Shirag and the Triton whose name we know, but I forgot.
Can I loot
that guy?
Yeah, I think looting the bodies would probably be kind of step one, honestly.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you guys want to collect bodies. There are the 3 giant creatures, the Leviathan spawns.
Not gonna worry about those, I don't think.
Are naked and just kind of more of the same with those creatures.
This one had 100 gold on him.
Wow, where'd you get that?
Like all its teeth are capped.
Yeah. Do you be able to dredge up the corpses of La Shirag, of Vladulin, the Triton wizard?
Vladulin.
Well, I know there's such a thing as a respectful burial, but why do I have a feeling, and like this is like, leaning it towards it all, why do I have a feeling Lauren's about to discover what a disrespectful burial looks like?
Just chopping off La Shirag's head.
I guess that would work.
Can't blame her.
Sawing through.
Look, as I play the world's tiniest violin.
Oh no, poor guy.
Yeah, you'll be able to dredge up Zekval as well, the warrior with the flaming sword, and the 2 nameless hobgoblins that...
I think we'll just let them go.
No.
I mean, one of them was named several times as Barnaby Triton.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Barney, if you want to dredge up Buckley's corpse and pull it back to the tower, you're welcome to.
So I think Lauren, she would chop off his head, and then be like, wouldn't it be so poetic if his monsters ate his little body, and then would just kick it back down after we looted him? But we kept his head.
I have no problems with this, as long as we do it after we loot him.
That's fine.
So she would loot him, cut off his head, and then kick his body back down to get eaten by his creature.
Yeah, he does not actually have a ton on him, truth be told. You don't find gold in his pockets, but you do find the sword and staff that he was wielding. As soon as you take hold of both of them, you feel a surge of magical energy kind of shoot through your arms as you touch them. The sword is a curved blade, not unlike a cutlass or a scimitar. It looks older than it really should. There's a weird incongruity here, and you're looking at it and it's like the blade actually looks like it's a pretty recent forge, but the hilt has this very old, corroded, almost alien kind of patterning to it. And
sounds like it's from Alia.
Not quite that
Okay.
alien, different aliens. I think looking at it, actually, the thing that it would remind you the most of, and I think Noelle would be the first to realize it, it really reminds you a lot of Willem's dagger. This really gnarly, twisted, dark metal, kind of shot with red, is composes the hilt.
Can't say I'm
the blade's in
surprised.
very good shape. The staff is of a similar make, although it is in somewhat better condition than the sword hilt. This blackish iron shot through with kind of veins of red and capped by this, it almost looks like a burning coal. This kind of red hot stone that is kind of clasped in these 4 iron prongs at the tip. And there is just this constant bubbling around that stone. You could feel the heat coming off of it. The Triton mage, Vladulin, he also was carrying a staff, though this one is significantly shorter, closer to a rod in size. And you could also see that he's got his spellbook on him, as well as a very nice chain shirt underneath his robes. That looks to be probably elven in make, if you had to guess. Zekval is wearing a very robust suit of armor, stained black, but looking at it, actually, I think Barnaby would be able to ID that this stuff looks like adamantine to you. You're pretty familiar with this metal at this point. And honestly, getting a better look at it now that he's laying still, there's a weird parallel in its design and the kind of the shapes of its plates and its segmenting. It looks a lot like Gatewatch armor. Very similar to the armor that Gerald and Aaron are both wearing. He is also carrying a very intricate shield. There is a very detailed magical circle, holy shit, etched into this kind of golden brassy round shield. And looking at this, the runes and lines of this circle do have this kind of faint glimmer to them. It's not quite glowing, but you can tell that there is a tiny bit of light shining out of it. He's also wearing a set of boots with these silver wings kind of protruding out of the ankle joint, which, taking hold of those as well, you can tell that there's more of an enchantment on those than the rest of his armor. And obviously he has his flaming longsword.
I remember these little wingies. That's what those elves put on my boots that I've had to pluck off.
There is a lot of parallels, honestly, the more you look at them, Barnaby, to your own equipment. But you wouldn't find any gold on any of these people. There's not really a lot of documentation on any of them. They were wearing pretty bare bones equipment aside from this.
Just what they needed.
Daggers on their side, the clothes off their backs, some food. There's really not much more there.
I mean, it makes sense that he'd be having something that I would have. We are Otis's, after all. I think pretty similarly. Well, at least he was. He ain't no more.
I mean, he can be again.
What, you gonna bring him back? He's dead.
I said he could be. I mean, if... well, I don't know if you'd particularly... How attached are you to this particular relative?
He didn't seem to recognize me, so not really.
He seemed pretty adamant up until the end that he was not at all related to you, so...
I know an Otis when I see one.
Right.
You might be going through your emo phase. You might have changed your name. You might have started shopping at Hot Topic, but I know you.
He was just trying to save face. Well, once we had a few minutes to catch our breath, imagine logistically we'd probably start a short rest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Would Alexi be able to... Because I don't think anyone's got it prepped at the moment, but like switch out a spell for an identify?
I mean, you guys identify
I
as a
can.
ritual.
Oh, you have it prepped?
Well, I mean, I haven't done my switchy Maru out thing today, so...
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know, there could be an even bigger battle coming up, so...
Well, and identify is still a ritual, so...
That's true.
That is true. And
plus, if we both do it, we can identify
do
twice as
ritual
fast.
So,
Yeah.
not an issue.
Okay, well, we'll get that started at a certain point here. I think that in the immediate aftermath, once we got everybody up, I'd probably look at our Gatewatch companions. The red light is still just as prevalent as it was, right?
Red light has not changed.
Okay. I'd say I know it's maybe a little early to think about this, but do you guys have any thoughts about what we could do about this whole chewing through the barrier between realities thing that's been going on? It seems like it's paused for now, which is great, but that's not a fix. That's a band-aid at best.
Yeah. I think Gerald will turn his very bloody face towards Gideon and
we all look like shit.
Gerald went down.
Gerald's
in bad shape. Gideon is also looking similarly garbage. Alexi's okay. He's pretty fresh-ish. But they kind of look at each
think that
other.
we're all in the ocean, otherwise we'd all be sweating buckets.
Yeah, it's just kind of clouding in the air around, in the water around you. It's just this kind of haze of
Gross.
darker red.
I blend in.
Good thing there's no sharks down here. That's all I'll say.
I think we could take them.
They look at each other and they kind of look around at the tower and look down at the massive creatures below that seems like it's beginning to disperse. And they'll just kind of look back to you, Noelle, and say, or I guess Gideon would probably stay. I think we have some figuring out to do before we could say for sure.
I would adore spending extra time here.
I would prefer not to, but I understand.
I may
And
have
thus
some
we
blood pulled
entered
in the wrong
Session
spot.
1 Burberry, who's just like, what? Weird demonic thing with exciting portal nuts? Heck yeah!
It's true.
Very cool. Yeah. Gerald would definitely, I think, say, whatever's going on down here, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. At least I think we've at least bought ourselves a little bit of time. So those things aren't crawling out of there quickly. Kinda looks
Well,
like they would.
considering it was a way that they were being controlled, it might be that one of the items that we've picked up aids in that.
I'd say that's likely. It's a good segue into identifying them.
Sure. Yeah, so what you would find on them, Lasharog was carrying what I'm calling a blade of the Pact Keeper, +3.
+3.
+3.
Nothing used
He's
it.
also carrying a Staff of Power,
Ooh.
and I think I forgot to mention it, but he was also wearing a cloak that, on taking hold of it, Aloran, you would immediately recognize as being very, very, very similar to a cloak you were given very recently. He was wearing a cloak of displacement.
Hey. Didn't work, did it? Dummy.
I mean, he was displaced, just off the motor coil.
Good.
Vladulan was carrying an Arcane Grimoire, +2, a Rod of Absorption, an Elven Chain,
Damn.
and Zekval had a Spellguard Shield, Adamantine Plate, Winged Boots, and a Fling Tongue Longsword.
Dang.
That is very similar to Barnaby. If Barnaby likes swords.
Lauren would give
Nope.
the blade, Pact of the Blade thing, the blade thingy to Gideon. And then the staff to Alexi, and we're like, there you go.
No, I'd say
Sorry about
don't fiddle with them
Magic.
too much, just because they're probably definitely cursed.
Yeah, but also, here you go, Alexi. Sorry about your magic carpet. You get a Staff of Power.
He'll very gingerly take the staff and say, I'll give it a once over for sure before I do any more with it, but thank you.
Burberry's like hovering over this grimoire, like, can I? Can I?
I'm just thinking back to Willem's dagger and how when we like touched it, it started doing bullshit. So,
I mean, then Gideon's the perfect place to take it.
oh no, I agree. I think Gideon should definitely be in charge of all these things for the moment. We can distribute
holds out a hand
items.
from the book.
Once the
Can
Gatewatch
I
is
check
had.
it for curses first?
How can you check it for curses?
Yeah, well, I have the thing that gets rid of curses.
I think that only suppresses them in magic items.
This is why I'm not allowed to have anything nice.
Not that Noelle even knows that technically, but you know.
Get me out of water and let me smell at it, I'll tell you.
That's... You know what? All right, Barnaby.
You can tell if it's got it because it's got a funk on it.
It's got that cursed.
Stinks to high heaven.
Cursed.
It smells like coriander and chocolate.
Okay, well,
Not great.
so we're gonna put a pin in the close the portal to hell issue for the moment. Then I think we need to get back to the ship and start collecting people and letting them know what's happened. And
Well, there is one other small thing that's annoying me.
go for it.
And it might be related, and it might not be related. But considering it hasn't popped up, I'm deeply concerned from a storytelling standpoint.
What's that?
Storytelling.
Why did Father Severin's calls get answered by a demon?
I think that's completely irrelevant to everything that's going on right now.
Look, all I'm saying is that there's some serious infernal implication with all these fiends.
Something was going on there.
Something
but,
was going on there, and
And
someday...
if I'm backing up the wrong tree, the sky, Paletus is welcome to tell me that I can leave it until for the afters, so that Burberry goes on a weird solo quest to go find some numbnut from Hot Topic. But
I mean, you've not seen any signs of Severin over the course of this conflict.
oh no,
with
I'm
Lusher.
aware. Like Cat Brain says that Father Severin was one of the people that got basically hijacked for magic purposes, because if it was plot related somehow, that basically infernals or summons are basically keeping everybody corralled. But my brain does not understand how sending gets bounced to someone else, because that's just not how the spell works.
It's, I mean, some kind of homebrew, I'm sure.
There is some strangeness happening with Severin for sure.
Right. So if it's after this stuff thing, fine. But my brain's like, but is it cooked in? Is it connected? Is it connected?
I was always under the impression that was something entirely different that was going on.
That's probably Tranquil Pain Quest.
That's what I thought. I thought it was. I figured that was just going to be like a one shot or something, you know, down the road.
At this point, that's probably what's going to end up happening there. So.
Okay, cool.
So,
well, in that case, Burberry will just keep to his meme of red string all over the wall.
Yeah. What happened to Severin?
I guess as an experiment, Noelle's going to try and cast sending to someone on the ship and see if it goes through.
Okay.
I don't know if it's I can't imagine
No
this will work.
teleportation. This is message teleportation.
Okay, what are you saying?
I'll just say, don't know how clearly you're gonna get this, but Lashrog and Co are dead. The problem is on pause for the moment. We have won in as completely as we could on this day.
We have a quarter in custody. Is the head.
Oh, a quarter of him, I see.
Okay. The response is fuzzy, but
Okay.
you do hear. Oh, good. The lights went out, and we were afraid things had gone south. We'll start bringing the ship down if that's the all clear. And up above, you will see the verdigris begin to descend towards the tower.
Okay.
You guys would be able to enter if you so chose. If you wanted to poke around the tower some more, though, that is also an option. Up to you. What are we doing?
I feel like we poked the tower.
No, we have not poked enough of the tower. This tower is massive.
We were here for 10 days.
Do you have any idea how intricate the spell work was? And it's just not just this building?
Let me clarify. There is, like, essentially one room to this thing, and we've been in it for 10 days.
Yes.
If there's anything about this room we don't know, we're never going to find it.
But the seal is not limited to this room.
Yeah.
The seal, the runes of the seal, that's a lifetime.
See?
That was a lengthy...
Although, I imagine that the Arcane College would probably have a heyday.
Yeah, deciding who we're going to tell about what is going to be a question, for sure.
That, I think, is a very important question. Gideon would chime in at that.
Well, I am going to say that whatever we definitely telling the Conclave, because this is kind of important and it does have ritual magic in it.
They do feel like maybe they'd be worth alerting. Okay, maybe we'll move into the ship so we can talk. Have a conversation.
I would make a joke about wiping my memory, but we all know how to actually do that. However, you need the Conclave to pull it off.
No, we don't. We just need some lube and
I genuinely think,
Jim does.
I think before you guys are able to, or not able, before you guys start heading towards, I think Gideon definitely is like kind of putting a hand up and being like, we need to come to an understanding about who knows about this and who doesn't. I know there's no concealing this from the crew to the extent that they already know about it, but I don't know that we should be discussing it any further than we have. The
less people that know about this place, the better.
This place is exceedingly dangerous, yes. I already have my reservations about sharing this with the East Alliance, but I know that there's probably nothing that we can do to avoid this discussion with the Admiral, at the very least.
And I mean,
yeah, I think it's hidden away in the deepest part of the ocean for a reason. Because less people.
I mean, it actually didn't used to be, though.
Yeah, but at this point, like, it's been so long, and if the right person finds it, and like, there's still probably thousands of cult members around, infiltrated in all these organizations. So, if we start telling people, they're gonna figure it out. So.
More than the cult, there are the long-term risks this place poses.
Yeah.
That this thing poses.
I think
Who in the Conclave exactly do you intend to bring this to, Burberry?
Well, probably, definitely the person who lives in Brain keeps saying Freeport.
Hollowvale?
Hollowvale.
And if I could manage to get the information to, what is the head of the Conclave's name? Like, what's the title?
The top of the top.
Yeah.
Tippy top of the Conclave. That is. The Superior.
And if I can inform the Superior, I would like to. That being said, I am pretty low on the totem pole.
I would like to revisit this option about sharing with the Superior before we actually do notify them. I have concerns there, but if you trust Cardinal Tarian, then I am
Cardinal
Less
Tarian, the
opposed.
reason that I would like to inform them specifically is because Hollow Vale has less, they're a little more open-minded than some of the other branches that we have visited. Regarding, we'll say fringe religion.
I am not confident I know exactly where the Superior's allegiances ultimately lie these days. But if you believe the Tarian can be trusted to keep this a secret until we know for sure who can be trusted, then...
As long as I inform a superior, I will consider my job done. Anything else that I do after that is just bonus.
I would like to be present for that conversation, if that's all right with you.
That's fine. The conclave is welcoming to all.
You got a lot of meetings in your future, Gideon.
I do not envy you.
A lot of paperwork.
This place is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that's kind of where my head's at with it. I know there's a lot of questions about like who we can trust, who we should tell, but this is a big problem. And as much as I respect what the Gatewatch does, this, just given the current state of your guys' organization, this is a bigger problem than the Gatewatch can solve, I think. We're gonna need help from as many people as possible if we want to have any hope of coming to any kind of conclusion with this.
What about a really big bomb?
That will open the portal, not close it.
Of what we were
No, we
looking
throw it
for.
in there.
No.
We bomb the hell?
Yeah.
Yes, but no. Think of this like a door, right? If you think of it like a door to a really big, mean, nasty thing that you probably shouldn't shoot at, the immediate answer should not be, oh, well, let's just destroy the door.
Well, yeah, you blow it up so nothing can come through the door.
Well, okay. So I'll tell you what. The next time that you make absolutely delicious gumbo, and you're like, no, it's probably too spicy for your Burberry, my answer will forever be drill a hole in the bottom of your gumbo pot.
So you want me to put in a built-in soup dispenser in it?
You know what? That's actually probably
That's
more
a
useful
great
than
idea,
not.
actually. I don't think it applies to the current circumstances, but that on its own is just kind of a good idea, so.
And I can just put a cork in it to stop it.
Barnaby's Gumbo Hut. Yeah, that's what we need, Barnaby. We just need a really, really big cork.
So we're in agreement. We'll keep this to ourselves, and the crew...
Wait a minute.
We already did.
I mean, we're not going to tell anyone right now. Like, we don't have to be itching to get the information out right this second. I'm just saying, where I stand, this is a huge problem, and it's beyond the resources that I think we have access to at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think the gods will appreciate repeated calls.
I would rather err on the side of caution for the time being.
Okay.
Until we have a better grasp on what it is that we are needing to address this.
I will defer to your judgment in this regard for now.
Little did we know it was an elaborate ploy, and Gideon was actually the leader the whole time.
Oh my god.
As he takes the staff and blade.
Diabolical.
With that much at least agreed on, Gideon will follow you all into the ship, and you guys would begin to pull away from the seafloor and begin to ascend.
Okay.
After a certain point, having gotten enough distance, the helmsman of the verdigris would throw the switch and plane shift the vessel back into orbit. And shortly after that, throwing the switch again, shift the verdigris back into its hangar in Freeport. Gideon would be in the process of, I think, debriefing the crew / giving a final final talking to about what has transpired today. He's not making a large presentation out of it. He's kind of going, crowd by crowd through the lower decks and touching base. Please do not discuss what you've seen down here with anyone who was not on this vessel. Please do not discuss it in the open. Please do not share any more with your superiors than you absolutely have to ensure your own safety, if that need should arise. Whatever the wardens may ask, whatever the Alliance might ask, this is a developing situation, and we need to proceed extremely carefully in the coming days as we decide what it is that we're going to do with it, but we will be in touch with all of you. Alexei is in the process of sending spells to various individuals. You hear him naming Admiral O'Gill. You hear him naming the Admiral of the Navy. You hear him actually messaging the steward of the Green Wardens, Elsar, at one point, although he is pretty short-spoken as far as what he says there. Just a very simple, it's done, threat is gone, we are returning to Freeport victorious. But despite the relatively good news of your success, there is definitely a pallor over the ship. You can tell that your allies are definitely concerned with whatever is to come next. After the wardens have disembarked and made their way out of the vessel back up through the Presidium, it's just the Emeralds and the Gatewatch and Alexei on the ship now. And there is some conversation about returning to the vessel, or to the tower, excuse me. When that can happen, how long they can stay, how long they can investigate, what they need to find out, trying to get a sense of next steps. Where are you guys at? What are you doing during this process?
At some point, I will probably do a sending to the Cardinal from Hollowvale to request either a meeting or a... I don't think any of us have Dream in our roster, but, some sort of, face-to-face.
So Lauren has it.
Would it be okay if I had a friend dream me at you? Can we schedule a time?
This isn't sexual in nature, is it?
I thought you'd enjoy that.
Would you really mind if it was?
I wouldn't, but I just wanted to clarify, just in case.
Don't worry, I'll tell you exactly how it went afterwards.
I think Lauren probably has lost Shirog's head, and she's with the jaw, puppeting him,
I'm a big fat stupid villain, and now I'm dead now because I'm a stupid bitch.
Hold him still for me. Hold him.
Ooh, nice. Okay, you hold him.
Clark just hauls up and slaps the shit out of the severed head. What now, bitch? Coughs up some blood.
Because I'm a stupid little corpse and I died.
Gideon will probably at some point be like, when you're done playing with your prey, I have a tank for him upstairs.
Hey man, you wanna slap me? Oh bitch.
You're gonna get the Willem treatment.
Yeah, he's getting the full Willem.
Do make sure to keep some of his teeth intact.
Don't know if he needs those.
Oh, I meant so that that he could be understood later. At least the front ones. You know, you put your tongue up against those when you talk.
Lauren's like, come on, you know you wanna hit him. Do it.
You're a big stupid. Kate,
Wait, are you saying this to Burberry?
No, she's
No,
saying
he's
this
talking
to
to
Gideon.
Oh, okay.
Nobody likes you because you're so big and grumpy, and I'm a stupid head.
This almost makes me wish I was blind again.
So Gideon will shoot one bolt of Eldritch Blast at the head to deal like 13 force damage just out of your hand to like into the wall, it rolls.
Hey, don't damage it too much, damn.
Jaw's still intact,
It's in
isn't it?
mid-condition.
There's like a giant like skin mark across the side of the
Condition
head.
I feel like she's over there like wiping it off.
Well, yeah, gotten the dust off of it.
Damn it, Gideon!
You ruined it.
You ruined the magic toy.
Oh god, no. Wait, yeah,
Meanwhile,
okay.
your father's just been watching this whole time. Like,
They grow up so fast, don't they?
I'm a big stupid head.
we'll probably need to talk about that eventually.
Oh, she's definitely holding some resentment in there.
I'm sure.
It'd be hard pressed.
So you
up
being
to
back
us.
will help a lot.
And be like, hey, do you wanna slap him?
Remember, I'm the guy that made you get kicked out of the Green Wardens because I'm such a bitch.
Come on.
This is to Alexi.
Yeah.
Alexi's like, I'm all right, but
Come on, do it. Just don't singe him.
he'll
And she'll glare at Gideon.
bonk him with the tip of the staff. There's another scent
Stop
card.
burning him! God damn it! These are no fun. She's gonna like put the head under her arm and swim away.
Gideon and Alexi just looking at each other like shrugging. It's like, what?
You're just supposed to
Um,
just hit it, not burn him to death.
I think Volos is going to pipe up here, and he's going to say, I feel like I should probably make myself known at the keep.
There's a few
Can I
people
go
you should
with
make
you?
yourself known to.
Wait, no, we
Like
have to
your
go see
wife?
Mom first.
That's what I was thinking.
We have to go see Mom first. Fuck the Green Wardens. I mean, they're such a great organization, Dad. But we should go see Mom first.
Oh, I don't know if Lauren told you. She's not actually in the Green Wardens anymore.
You mentioned.
You're a bunch of-
I don't know
They
where
had
I
a
stand
pretty
on that
nasty
one
breakup.
either, having been dead for the better part of the past 10 years.
Wait,
Well, on the upside, you have an absolutely valid reason to retire.
What's his dumb face name first? We have to see him first. Because I really want to see his reaction to you, like, coming back from the dead. Cows. Oh my god, can we go see Cows first?
No, mother
Before
first,
we
then
see-
cows. If you go see anybody else, your mother will never forgive
Oh,
you.
I know. We're gonna go see Mother, then we're gonna see Cows, and then we'll see the head honcho. Because if word
Okay.
gets out that you're alive and Cows already knows, and then we don't get to see the shock and like how upset he'll be, and I really, really need to see that, Dad, okay? Please.
Where is your mother?
I'll show you. After and then we're gonna go see Cows next, right? Yeah.
You actually made a very
Why-
valid point.
why-
We really
why-
should go tell.
Why don't you let your father and your mother have a day or two before you go on your higher than thou, I am mighty, behold my genius
It's
moments?
a weird spot, so I kind of have to show them where they're at and then like depart immediately, so I'm not there for whatever unfolds.
There.
Is there a tree nearby? You can take me, and then I can send you back.
You can't send me back because then you have to come with me.
I don't have to go through the tree. I just open the door.
Technically, that's true the other way too.
Okay, well, can you
I've
guys
never
like...
been where she's been. It sounds like though. So
You have not. Can you guys?
Alright.
Okay, Dad. How about this? Do me a solid. You guys can like hold it in for like 5-10 minutes, so I can be there for a little bit.
Oh, I think your mom's going to be a little too overcome with emotion to immediately want to jump his bones.
Well, we don't know your mom that well, but that would be my guess as well.
How about that? That's She looks at her dad and she's like, I don't know about that. Childhood was
Do you want to make a bet?
at times. No, I think that it will be very emotional, and that it will devolve very quickly.
Well, no. I meant more like time. I'm going to say it requires more than 15 minutes.
Oh, ooh, I'm gonna say 5.
I'm not sure I appreciate this.
Can you give me 5?
Burberry's going to send a message. Will say it'll make her want you to get to her faster. Just trust me on this.
No.
Yeah, I'll bet you 5 gold that it'll last more than 15 minutes.
Of like a nice little family reunion, and then I'll hip-scoppity-doo away.
It's a pretty safe.
Y'all have fun.
That's a pretty safe bet, Burberry, given that every scene usually lasts more than 15 minutes. So,
I mean, I know that. You know that, but you know. But Aloran bet less than 5, so here we are.
well, only one way to find out.
Yeah, I know my parents. Okay, unfortunate.
Let's see what happens.
Unfortunately.
Okay, in that regards.
Go on.
Couple. And they're very loud.
You should get going.
There's not a fucking tree around us. We're in the middle of a fucking pit.
I thought we were at Freeport
Yeah,
now.
we're back
are
in
we?
Freeport, yo.
Yeah, we're at Freeport.
Oh, I thought we were
Yeah.
still
We went to space and then we came back to Freeport.
Yeah,
Okay,
plane
fine.
shifted up and then back.
Okay, my bad. I thought we were like talking about going to Freeport.
No, we went. We're here.
Actually back.
Perfect. So like, all right, Dad. Alexi, you keep a lid on it. Don't tell anyone he's back yet. I want to see Kaus's reaction.
I'm not going back to the keep anytime soon, so.
Perfect. Okay, Dad.
And after Aloran left, Burberry is going to lean over to Alexi and say, also, if you're wanting to go on a date with Gideon, now is the best time while she's gone.
That's cruel.
Thank you, Burberry.
I promise it'll be the only time I bring it up. Just saying.
I think that possibility is a ways off the time being.
Yeah,
There
Gideon's
are
gonna be
a
very
lot
busy.
of things to be dealt with in the near future here.
There are. Just don't forget to enjoy some of the nice, relaxing moments of still being alive.
I expect we will be able to make some time eventually.
Just gives him a shoulder pat and goes off and does my thing.
Thank you. So,
Because I don't want to be pushy about it. Just saying.
Aloran and Volos would be able to head out of the Presidium and hit up a nearby tree somewhere along the beach. And you could cast transport via transport via plant to teleport to Feral.
Yeah, she'll bring Adlar with her.
I'd like the idea you think you could leave Adlar behind. He'll be very mad if you did.
Are the parents at Feral?
Isn't that where you said they were?
No, I think she took them back
Did you take
They
them
had to go
from
back to Alien just while we were fighting.
just in case.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So to Alien then. Sorry, I thought they were staying at the resort. And you would emerge out of one of the trees in that tree line about a half mile out from the edge of the lake where you built that village.
We built this
And-
village.
About 10 minutes walk later, you would be standing at the door to your mother's home, away from home.
Do you want to stand in the front, or do you want to stand behind me, or do you want to like turn into a mouse and be like, surprise?
I think we should probably take this as... God, the mouse thing is tempting. No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't.
She's gonna try to roll persuasion. Come on, it'll be so cool. It'll be like, look, Mom, I found a mouse. And then you just go, boom. And I'll just hold you out to her.
That is like so horribly, horribly tempting, but I also don't want to give your mother a heart attack. She hasn't seen me in like a decade.
She's not going to have a heart attack. She's going to have like the best moment of her life for like 10 years. So,
unless her heart stops. Okay. How about like something, maybe like a raccoon or something? It's not so small. It's not going to be like such a jarring thing when I
wait, it should be like songs. You should be like a
Lauren?
sea turtle. Okay, sea turtle now.
As you guys are arguing, like trying to figure out the logistics, the door to your mom's home opens up and your mom like steps out.
No, she's gonna like close.
Lauren, is that you?
If her dad hasn't turned yet, she's gonna grab the door. 1 second.
Give me a strength check.
Okay. No, 17. Sorry.
Your mom rolled an 18.
Damn.
you try to grab the door and it's just like it's like a little too fast, and you've got like one arm around your dad, like kind of holding him up so his arms are like kind of pushing out over yours, like turn to the raccoon, go, and he's like standing there like about to shapeshift. As the door opens, he compresses into a raccoon, and your mom's like standing there watching this happen for a split second. She sees Volos before he turns back, and she's like, Lauren, what?
Surprise, I got you a pet raccoon!
Spreads his arm.
And his name starts with a V!
And your mom starts to get like teary-eyed, right? As she's like looking from you to the space where Volos' head had just been, down to the raccoon. And the raccoon making little grabby hands.
Come on, grab him, he's so cute. You know you.
And she's like frozen there for a moment.
I'm just gonna give this to you.
And as the raccoon wraps its little arms around her neck, it begins to shift back into Volos as he is now holding her in a big hug. And you could just hear your mom just kind of barely keeping it together as she half laughs into his shoulder. It's like... I don't believe it.
I hope she says, I thought you were dead, because that would just be hilarious.
How are you here? And Volos just kind of looks to you as I don't know how she did it, but she found me. Very long story that I think we could probably try to truncate as much as possible. So maybe we can come in. It's kind of cold out here. Yeah, well, it's a little different than the ocean. Come in, please. She'll pull you both inside. And...
What about Adlar? Is he just now left on the doorstep?
I think Adlar is just kind of hanging at the back, just hands in his pockets. Kind of adjusting his cloak, warming his hands. Your dad would begin to tell your mom about what happened and how he had been separated from the rest of his expedition when one of those monsters attacked them. And he woke up very deep down in the dark and found cover at that tower, which he was able to find thanks to the dim red light shining from it. And he doesn't go into a lot of detail about exactly what happened, just that the tower's magic seemed unstable, and not knowing how bad things could be or how to get a hold of anyone, he did what he could to try and keep things together, and wasn't able to leave before he eventually passed away. Fast forward to a decade later, and you found him and freed him and brought him back. And it's over now. The fighting's done. The worst of it, at least. The cultists are defeated. At least the worst of them are, right? So, you know, we could go home, wherever home is now. And she'd be able to start filling him in on what's been going on with the village, what's left of the village now, since another monster attacked and killed a lot of them. It is probably a pretty lengthy conversation. I think you
more
probably
than 15 minutes.
You probably glance at Adler at the 15-minute mark, and he's just kind of like tapping his wrist, like shaking his head to you, like, you know, you can tell it's like, yeah, we lost the 10 gold.
I feel like she's like, technically we're both wrong. Because it's over 15 minutes.
Adler just kind of shrugs. But yeah, I think it is a very somber, eerie conversation, but there's definitely this kind of growing wave of relief you can feel just kind of washing over the room, and this is beginning to look your mother is beginning to look the most relaxed. Excuse me, she has ever looked. Or she has looked, at least, in a very long time. Excuse me. I think eventually your mom will probably look to you and say, so, what's the plan? Are we leaving now, or?
I mean, we could. I mean, it'll take me some time to build the village in Farrell, but there's a nice hotel there that I'm sure everyone would love to stay at again.
I wouldn't say no to a nice hotel. Volos would probably chime in. So, do you want to get out of the village then?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's not too hard. I don't think they're too terribly attached. There's not a ton of personal effects here that need to be collected. You know, they can pretty much empty this place out over the course of an hour.
What was Saren's dad and Bolus's relationship like?
It had been relatively cordial. I think Saren's dad, he had been an elder alongside Volos in the village prior to Volos kind of taking up conservatorship with the wardens. Yeah, give me an insight check.
16.
16. I think you might guess there's maybe a touch of jealousy there. Whenever Volos came back to the village, he brought magic and knowledge that Saren's dad would never have been able to find on his own, just staying where he was, and didn't never have really the opportunity to seek out for himself. So there's a level of jealousy there at this point, but under that there is, you know, a mutual respect, and they're not close, but they were, you know, older men in the village that kind of oversaw things.
Cool. She's gonna go awkwardly greet Saren's dad, be like, hello again.
Lauren,
I brought my dad, so he's here. I know you'd rather talk to him than me. So here you go, Dad.
I mean, if you back off of that conversation, I think you can definitely hear Volus being like, "What was that about?" And what follows is a very humbling-looking conversation between the two of them.
Oh, she's totally gonna put a little ear.
It's not as though your dad is like dressing him down or anything, but you can definitely tell like he's not letting the question go, and it does eventually come out that he was definitely pretty angry with you after the second attack on the village, but that you've also been working a lot recently to try and keep the village safe in light of this cult rising and attacking. And you do hear at one point that your dad does ask, like, are you going to have a problem with her taking a more active role in our protection down the line? Is that going to be an issue for you? Or she's equally as strong as I am at this point, maybe stronger. I honestly never expected to see her rise to this level at that age. It's crazy, honestly. And the response was, I know I'm nowhere near close to capable of anything either of you can do at this stage. I understand that. No, it won't be a problem. And it sounds more or less like they are able to kind of come to understand there is a bearing of the hatchet, so to speak, right? I think when they finally come out, they find you little, eavesdropping, hanging out nearby, just waiting.
And he's like, "Ooh, Adlar! Hey there. Been having a really engaging conversation, right, Adlar?"
Do it now.
I feel like she gives him like a, "Come on, man."
I'm sorry. I'm still pretty shell-shocked from this morning. That was kind of crazy. We just killed 5 dudes and 3 giant monsters, and almost all died.
Look, I still have his head. There.
Why did you bring that with you?
One of the Triton girls in the village screams when she sees it.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. My stupid head. And she'll put it in her bag.
Okay.
I'm having a lot of fun with this head.
I can tell. Eventually, you guys really get out of the village up and head back to the trees and step through them to Feral.
Yep.
Okay. Getting everybody situated at the North Shore Gardens.
Yeah, she'd probably go see Dadlar. Hey, come on, Adler, we gotta go see Dadlar.
Oh, I do need to involve Dadlar. Father.
Oh, you always called him Dadlar!
You call him that all the time. What do you want me to say?
I'm sorry. It just stuck. Well, I can't just build probably on the island without some sort of...
Yes, you may, Lauren. We are the wise olden ones of the way.
That's a good point, actually. Okay.
Yes, I am Dadlar. I am all wise.
I think that conversation is probably not a very long one, honestly. You would explain the situation, and Gimlamine and the other elders would immediately be like, yes, absolutely. By all means, you are more than welcome to build homes here in Gladham.
Oh, really? I thought there'd be more to it than... Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, what kind of neighbors would be in-laws at this point, would we be? To deny your parents a home here.
Look at that. Getting perks and so much Adlar.
So Tritons usually live underwater? Is that correct?
Yes.
I would not recommend building in the bay.
No.
It is on the dirtier side, truth be told. You might prefer either the western or the northern beaches of the islands.
Yeah, I was planning on having them be a little farther up.
Sure.
We can go look at places and see where they think is cool.
Yeah. They would be totally fine with it.
Yeah, I feel like she'll look at her dad and be like, and you can help me this time so we can make nicer houses for everybody and a tiny mansion.
True. Although you did a fantastic job back, where were we just now? Alien? That's very well done. Yeah. The elders would not have any issues with you building, a handful of houses somewhere in town for your family and the rest of your village. And you could get everybody set up at the North Shore in the meantime to, wait that out. Yeah.
I mean, at some point she would just get the village and they'd go on a little tour together and figure out where they want to live, where they...
Yeah. That's fine. They would follow through. You can show them around Gladham. There's probably some mixed opinions about where exactly is the best place. They're probably going to spend the evening kind of discussing that and coming to a decision. So do you have any preferences that the Lord would put forward as far as where she thinks would be the best place?
More pretty. Bitch. Coral reef nearby. Close access to the jungle for Adlar.
Okay, fair enough. Probably want something north side of the island then.
Yeah. Probably a little more remote, because I feel like it's been enough craziness for a while.
Yeah, that's fair.
But easy to get to civilization, not too far away either.
Yeah. Probably half a day. If that.
Yeah. Maybe a little less.
So, north of Gladham, you guys would be able to set the village up. Yeah. The Tritons are on Feral. So.
I feel like she would ask Adlar, be like, are we living here? Or are we living in Gladham? Or are we gonna stay in your room with your parents?
No.
Oh, come on.
We could absolutely build our own place if you're able to build a village.
I'm so poor though, Adlar, and I'm so tired. Magic's so hard.
Then let's stay at the gardens. It's like a resort. Why would we stay in my room?
I'm just kidding.
Come on.
But here or over there? Do you want to be in Gladham or do you want to be here?
Okay, let's go to the gardens, the resort. We've earned it, I think.
Fair enough. She'll also buy her a room on the opposite side of the hotel for her parents. But she's like, your guys' room is over there, and we're over here.
Fair enough.
She's like, I want no intermixing. Well, some intermixing, just very far away. Wants to hear nothing.
There's probably a moment at 2 a.m. where you wake up and you could swear you hear something, but as soon as you try to focus in on it, you can't hear it
She's
anymore.
not focusing in on it. She's like
trying to tune it out.
Yeah, she's like, la, 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 la.
Your passive perception has betrayed you.
Yeah. She's like, Adlar, you don't hear that, right? And she has her ears plugged.
He's like, yeah, what? He just goes back to sleep. But yeah, it sounds like Alorn is pretty much occupied for the rest of that day. You guys are coming back.
I think she fell in the tree.
What is the rest of the party doing?
I've been needing to do some fishing since I couldn't fish underwater.
Yeah, weird how that works.
Hard to cast the line.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Barnaby. If you
I could get the line out, but it just kept floating.
Oh, actually, no. It would have been really easy to cast the line. You just had to make sure you use live bait.
Is that what I had to do?
Yeah, because, if you put the fish on the hook and then you let the fish go since you're underwater, the fish is going to swim as far away from you as it can.
Worms kept drowning.
Live
That
bait.
was my problem.
Yeah, I mean, Barnaby can fish. That's not a problem. That's easy enough to do.
That's his plan.
Get back out in the water and just chill out in the afternoon sun.
That's what I do.
All right.
I'm probably going to bother a devil, and then talk to the Freeport Conclave about maybe opening another branch in Montalban.
They have a branch in Montalban.
Like one that's in the not singular port. Because I was thinking about making a temple like up further north where nobody could go.
Wait, and Montalban, right? The island of Montalban. Yeah, yeah. The northernmost point is the town of Mooring.
Oh, well then southern. Yeah. But wherever the thing
in the
was
mountains?
that stopped. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. I will say the devil's probably not answering your calls at this point. It is very pointedly ignoring you. The Conclave, I think, talking about Montalban, there is probably some level of conversation happening within the Conclave right now about Montalban, given what you did for them very recently. There's probably not a lot happening in the immediate future, but they are in the process of kind of putting a project together to build, a branch, so to speak. In, I think it was Muiti was the name of that village.
Was that the village where the people who were like held hostage by the monster were?
Yep.
Can I put my name in the hat for that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I have actually been, and Burberry will dig through his bag of savings to pull out because Burberry did actually also purchase a plot, and has gotten the contract with those little Fey builders about building the interior in the mountain. I have got this that I was gonna build my own place anyway.
Oh wow, who is this contractor? I've never heard of it. Very there's definitely some perplexity, I guess, as far as the exact details of your plan here. Contracting Fae to travel through the world to build. But
it's really I am only doing that to do the inner part. I was actually planning on staying there for a year and just building a building.
I mean, if you're willing to put that time in, we'd be happy to let you. I don't think you're going to find much competition for that, truth be told. There's certainly a lot of superstition, I suppose, is the best word for it. That's still sort of lingering about the place. Not a lot of interest in relocating to the heart of that island. But no, if you want to be the one to raise a temple there, a shrine, whatever, I by all means, I think you're a shoo-in for that position. Would you be interested in keeping the shrine after it's completed?
Yes, I was actually planning on making it my home.
Well, then I think I would be happy to provide a letter of recommendation that effect as well.
Excellent.
That would be the mother of the Temple of Viridia there in town.
Okay, and Burberry will probably spend a little time talking about logistics and stuff like that for
getting that started. Okay.
Especially because he is planning on having it be a little weird. Because it's Burberry, of course it's going to be a little weird.
It's on brand.
Think you mean it's on branch?
Right.
Look, I never get to make puns using Burberry's last name. I should enjoy it while I can.
I always forget that that's his last name.
Doesn't come up very much.
It really doesn't. So, anything else today?
I mean, Noelle definitely probably walks back with Noelle to the house.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised I lived through that.
It got real close there a couple times, but
I was certain I was going to die. I thought that was like the entire point of me being there was I would die instead of you, but we're both alive.
I'm really happy, actually.
Me too.
I kind of expected the same thing. I guess that makes sense. For what it's worth, Noelle, you were kind of made for that battle. And like I said at the wedding, do whatever you want now.
Well, within reason.
Well, nothing illegal.
Well, okay, obviously. I was not planning to
I don't know, you had this
do
look in your eye like you were thinking something really sinister.
No, I just, I've been thinking a bit about it, and I cannot exactly put myself back together, and, my magic is only so much. I will lose it all eventually if I need to use it again. So I will not be a full Snowell for forever. Not on my own, at least. So, I don't know. I think I may stick around for a while and see what it is that I can do to help around here. And who knows? Maybe a mood will change sometime down the road, and I may decide to head off and become a baker or travel writer or something. I don't know, but for now, at least, I think it is best that I
stick by.
Do what I know I can do around here.
Snow goes off and writes reviews for hotels.
Such a fulfilling life.
I mean, she's already got the writing part down.
Yeah. Well, we're happy to have you around here. Turns out I'm pretty good company.
Aren't we full of ourselves?
If there was ever a day where I think I'm allowed to be full of myself, I think it's today.
I suppose that's fair.
Oh, and Alexi and I are gonna fix you up.
Thank you.
You are looking a little rough. And we'll get started on that as soon as Alexi has a free day.
I do appreciate it. I think I'm just going to bandage this all up, though, for the time being.
She probably is very bandaged, honestly.
I know it's not real blood, but it is a little unsightly, so I'm going to go, change this out. But I think someone would be happy to see you.
I think so, too. And I suppose when we arrive at the house, I'll step inside and I imagine it'll be very quiet.
Yeah.
Hello? Anyone home?
Alright. You'll hear the downstairs. and you will eventually see Jade step down to the first floor, joining you. She's got a book in her hand. I didn't hear you come in. When did you get here?
10 seconds ago.
Huh.
We did it. It's done. We won.
You won! Oh my god! She'll just wrap her arms around you. Big hug. Big kiss.
And I think that's probably how Noel spends the rest of the day.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, Jade would probably want to hear all about it. I don't know how much you want to talk about it, but
well, I mean, you know, I am under an NDA, so I can't say everything, but
did they actually have you sign anything?
No,
or is it like, no, I promise I won't say this, but
there are
really...
things I literally cannot tell you. Isn't that sad? But I can tell you all the cool stuff I did.
Yeah, what happened? How did they go? Like, what did they...
Well, they're... Okay, well, what am I not supposed to say? Let me make sure I don't trample on anything. Can I say there was a temple? Is that allowed? Did I not mention the temple?
Gideon's big fears.
Gideon was all being persnickety about it, so I don't know.
Yeah. There's a big fucking temple complex on the ocean floor that is sealing this fucking eldritch horror. This evil entity.
Yeah. No, I
and
mean,
then
I know the elevator pitch. I'm just not sure which part
that
I
is
can say.
that is his concern. Like that, people don't need to know about that. He does not want people to know about
he doesn't want to. Okay, well, I'll just tell her that there was like an underwater battle, and because I mean, technically, we didn't even really fight in the temple.
True.
We tried, but there were lasers.
Yeah, that's our problem. I'll tell her about how the one thing that attacked Freeport, there were 3 of them. And they were even more powerful. They constantly had their laser beams charged. Somehow.
It's crazy. Wow.
And essentially, Lauren and me and Burberry kind of 1, 2, 3 right at the end got La Shirag one after another. And that was enough to do him in.
Well, he's totally just dead now. That's awesome. So what did you do with him? Like,
well, we fed his body to the worm creatures.
Gross, but probably for the best.
It's all a little morbid.
Yeah.
And Gideon has his head. So
oh. But that's fun.
I have a hard time and I couldn't hear what she said.
It's inaccurate. Oh, Lauren has his head.
Oh, I thought she came. Wait, she's just been holding it the whole time she's been with her parents?
Yeah, she took it with her.
Yeah, she took it with her. She was like, she went and got her the little pot from Gideon.
Lauren, La Shirag, where should we put up my family's home? Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Don't know.
I don't care.
Lauren,
I hate everything.
Put that away.
But Lauren, not during dinner.
It's just like a trail of blood wherever they go. Wow, he's still dripping.
He hasn't stopped in hours. I think it's cursed.
I think usually you're supposed to consult a doctor if that happens for more than 4 hours.
Maybe a mortician?
Something.
Something ain't right.
He got too much blood in him.
Why he was so red?
Yeah.
It wasn't because Lauren was constantly making him burst.
Nothing to do with it. But yeah, I think there are still some problems to be resolved. Not everything was cleaned up 100% perfectly, but we won about as completely as we could. Didn't lose anybody, and for the first time in a long time, There's nothing hanging over our heads.
I am really glad you made it back.
I am too.
More than anything else.
I thought about you a lot. And if I could have sending to you, I would have.
Yes, it was a longer week than I thought it would be. But I am really, really, really glad you're okay.
Well, like I said, I think they just spend the day together.
I think that's fair. Anything else from the party on their day back from all this? None?
I got nothing
Then
for right now.
I think we can probably enter some kind of loosey-goosey time skippy time here. The next week or so, there are a lot of conversations with a lot of powerful and important people around Freeports and the Emerald Coast at large. Gideon and Alexi would definitely request that all of you join them to speak with the leadership of the East Alliance Navy. Your meeting with the Admiral of the Navy would be about as brief as Gideon could manage to make it. He would definitely clarify with all of you. Like, he is not eager to involve multiple entities in this last leg of things as far as the tower goes. He really wants to know what you guys are dealing with before you start going to anyone else. He does not want word of this leaking out to people that should not know about it. Inagard being chief among them. He does not trust them with this information as far as you can throw them. And he knows that they have people in the Alliance. He knows that they have people probably watching them at this point to some level or another. He wants to be very, very careful about what gets back west. And he would tell that to the Admiral. The Admiral would honestly be in a similar mindset. This is not something, at least to her ears, that sounds like it can afford to be handled lightly. And if you all agree that this is something that, for the time being, you can manage yourselves, then she is willing to stand by and wait to hear back, if at all, from you about what the next steps are.
Are we doing anything about any of the escaped snakes?
Yeah, so that would definitely have probably come up over the course of that conversation as well. And I think that the Admiral would have been able to share that she has been in touch with both O'Gill, who is leading the fleet and is now returning back to the Emerald Sea. She's also spoken with other fleet commands throughout the region, kind of letting them know, hey, this is the situation. These are now out at large, kind of filtering out into the ocean, to keep an eye out, to be ready to bring every weapon and ounce of magic they have aboard their vessels to bear against these things, because they are very dangerous. But they are able to be. They have killed a few of these things themselves before with just ships. It is doable. It is just not an easy thing. But they've definitely been spreading the word, and they are in the process of sort of drafting their notices to neighboring powers. They don't want to go into too much detail, but they do want to alert their neighbors in the Samores and in Elthor that there's some big ass sea monsters that might be
snakies got loose and
swimming around, fucking with your boats in the near future.
Yeah.
This is what they can do. This is what we've encountered. This is what we've been able to do and kill them with.
Who knows where the fuck those things are gonna end? They were literally in the center of the ocean. They could be anywhere.
Yeah. So there's not really a good definitive plan to hunt them down, it sounds like. It doesn't sound like the Admiral thinks that is a terribly efficient use of Navy resources at this point either. Probably better to just deal with them as they come up. And if they start congregating somewhere, then that'll have to be handled when that happens. But
Burberry made a fairly decent claim that that's gonna mess up the system.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Too much cayenne.
Yeah, it could be like an invasive species situation.
I mean, they're really big. That would be like a bunch of predatory whales popping
They
up.
have no natural predators.
Yeah.
I don't think there's really anything we can do about it, but...
Banishment.
Well, yeah, we can if you want to go hunt down 1,000 creatures one by one and banish them, go for it, but...
Well, no, I just mean, like, that's a good... if they're...
That should be the advised solution.
Right, because most of, most cities have a conclave and or cleric something or other, and if any of them can cast banishment, they should take them with them.
Possibility.
Just make sure to hit him a few times first, so it's easier.
Yeah, get those legendary saves off.
I think the exact details of all that is definitely probably still going to be discussed and rehashed and gone over in the days that come after this. It's going to be an ongoing problem that will require adjustment.
Yeah. I do have a question for Gideon.
Yeah.
I assume it would be after one of these meetings. Noelle would probably confront him and just kind of ask, he is very, very adamant about keeping the lid on this as much as possible, and he's being very stingy with details with everyone we talk to, I assume.
Yes. Very much so.
But I think Noelle's question kind of still stands. Are you just trying to decide who we can trust at this point, or what's what are you?
So what's your deal?
How do you hope we solve this without people's help?
At this stage, I don't know. I don't know enough about the problem we're facing to even guess at what kind of help we need. But I would rather not share this information prematurely. If we have to share this information in order to make sure this problem gets solved, then so be it. But I would rather not risk it getting to the wrong people as long as we can help that. For as long as we can help that.
Out of curiosity, obviously, we didn't want Lasher Rock to get there because he was gonna probably, try and break the barrier, but what are you worried about with, say, the Conclave, right?
It's not that I'm worried about the Conclave itself. I think by and large, the organization has proven itself to be operating with Vergos' best interests at heart. But the Conclave does operate fairly closely with Inagard, and Inagard I do not trust. They are factional. They are power hungry. I do not doubt for 1 second that there are people within the current reigning administration, as well as those waiting in the wings, looking for a chance to grab power, who would hear about this and see an opportunity.
Okay, so not letting Enigard know. Priority number 1. I understand that. Is there a reason that you have been kind of stingy with details with, like, the Eastern Alliance? I feel like they're about as not aligned with Enigard as a group could possibly be.
I don't doubt that they're not aligned. I don't doubt that. I'm not questioning their formal allegiance, but that's not to say that Enigard does not have ears in the Alliance. That's not to say that there aren't possible cultists still in the Alliance that might be feeding information back to what's left of Lost Sherlock's
the cultists are absolutely out there.
Yes.
There's nothing we can do about that. And this information is going to get out.
Again, I would rather do my best to keep it under wraps for as long as...
We could use code words.
They use what?
So we could use code words.
Oh, well, it's not so much about the logistics of keeping the information under wraps. It's more...
what organizations are in the know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Noel's not trying to, like, scold him. I think she just really...
She's trying to clarify.
She really wants to understand what the goal is here, because I think she probably maybe implicitly trusts people in the Eastern Alliance more than Gideon. And she wants to, like, she wants this to start moving, but I also, acknowledge that this is not a short-term problem, so.
I think Gideon would probably... I think sensing that your kind of reluctance, I guess, to, buy in, if that's the best way to phrase it.
I'd say it's just sort of
your concerns.
Yeah, concern about being as secretive as we have been, given the stakes.
I think Gideon would do his best to try and share his perspective as a marshal of the watch. I've served in this position for nearly a century. I led our Presidium and much of the surrounding regions against the 7th Incursion 50 years ago. We don't know where that incursion started. We don't know how they found us. But there was a very significant, very non-zero chance that there were people here on Vergos that helped open those gateways. And we've seen that happen before in the 3rd incursion, the 4th, the 5th. There were elemental cults operating throughout Inigard and Zanusol that remained active for almost 50 years after the initial conflict started.
Sure.
Illyria fell during that time. There were fleets of ships during the 5th incursion that entered atmosphere, and we never found them. We don't know what became of them. We've found wreckage in Vonthor to the south, but we certainly cannot account for every ship that we saw approaching the plane. We don't know what those creatures have gone. They've been quiet for 150 years now, but there's no telling when they might resurface. There's no knowing what exactly their agenda was, if they might be interested in something like this. And I know I've harped on about Enigard, but there are factions the world over that would see something like this as, again, an opportunity. This could be a weapon to them. This could be a power source. This could be any number of things to any number of people. The less people that know about it, the less risk we run of a conflict opening up around it. I don't want to risk the piece that we just won for ourselves by moving too quickly.
Well, this is why I said I defer to your judgment on this. I don't have 100 years experience dealing with extraplanar threats. I think I'm just... it's like I want to wrap it up, you know? And be done with it, but this is a problem that gets solved quickly. And I'm kind of realizing that as every day goes by.
So this will be a process. But you are a part of it. An integral part of it. And if anyone will be in the know, it will be the Lost Emeralds.
I appreciate that.
You guys would probably have similar debriefments with the Cardinal Tyrion in Hollow Vale. Probably not as much of a discussion about, naval precautions in the face of these monsters, but there definitely would be some conversation I think Alexi would broach, asking about this soul projection ritual that you guys performed for Burberry, and that's Aloran.
That's the real reason I wanted to
how it's done.
Oh yeah, by the way!
Turns
Alexi
out you
would
don't
definitely
need expensive oils.
Alexi would definitely have some questions about that ritual, and he would ask if if there's any possible way that he can get a look at the scripture, describing how this is done.
A very redneck version of it.
Yeah,
I'd like to see the official version.
You've already seen the official version, kind of.
Aloran.
That's how you made the redneck version.
Alexi has not seen it.
Yeah.
Alexi's the one who's asking about that. Honestly, I think Gideon is also probably kind of helping to guide that as well. He is also kind of backing that. This could be relevant in the future when it comes to this threat. Given that the red light still is kind of persisting out at sea, there hasn't really been a formal announcement of victory so much.
Oh, I would also. I also think if Cardinal Tyrion hears about the Aloran's dad binding his soul to this thing, his ears will go up to proverbially. Wait, someone did what?
That is both terrifying and fascinating. Yeah.
Right.
Honestly, I don't know if Volus is present for these meetings necessarily. Given that he hasn't really been...
This is a little outside of his...
Yeah, he hasn't been,
so honestly, I feel like Burberry would purposefully not want Volos here just because it's probably still a bit sensitive. And the man deserves a break.
I agree. I think Volos should just fucking...
I think Volos has probably taken some time with his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
get back.
We can always talk to Volos about this later, but for now.
Yeah.
When would Volos want to go to the Green Wardens?
Probably later that week.
Okay.
And it not unlike the meetings that Alexi and Gideon are sort of kind of dragging everybody else to. I think Volos's return to the Wardens, I think he would ask you if you wanted to go with him, and he would ask Alexi if Alexi wanted to come with.
I think Aloran would be like, of course, but my only thing, pretty, please, could we just stop by House's office on the way to go see the guy, the number guy? Number one.
The steward.
Yeah, the steward. I just can never remember steward for some reason.
I hope to stop by everyone.
Okay, well, we'll just make... I want to see Sherlock. Please, just let me have this.
Okay.
You don't understand how much he has wandered and talked so much shit about you, and I would love to see his reaction when he sees you're alive. Please.
Burst into office, so I heard you've been talking shit.
Yeah. He's talked so much shit about you, Dad. Pretty please.
We will stop by his office on the way up.
Let's go.
Alexi's probably going to hold off on joining you on this. I think Alexi honestly has kind of been avoiding the warden since he got back. Anytime it's come up, he's kind of deflected, or else just kind of said, I don't know that it's really necessary to bring them into any of this yet, you know?
Yeah.
Having talked to Gid about this, and
Can you just call him Gid?
yeah, focus, Lauren.
Aww. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say is aw, okay? Stop it, so I don't... Nah. Stop talking.
Anyways.
Gid.
Yeah, he'll distract and just get away from talking about the wardens. But yeah, you and your dad would eventually be able to make your way over to the keep, and there is definitely a weird kind of like hushed reverence as you guys kind of cross the threshold into kind of the central hall. There are wardens kind of all over the place that are in the midst of going about their day to day, and kind of seeing you both step into the hall like freeze. And you can see familiar faces within the crowds, members of the crew that had joined you on the verdigris that have now returned to the keep, and evidently gotten their dressing down. You see a lot of people on like janitorial duty, right, like cleaning the halls or scrubbing stuff, and they like everyone stops and like catches sight of you. There is a very like hushed reverence. I mean, it is the best way to put it. Just this hushed reverence that is kind of washing over the crowd there. They do just kind of watch quietly as you all, the two of you all, begin to make your way towards the conservator's offices. There's here and there this kind of hushed conversation, this kind of whispered, frantic, like, "That Volos? There's no way. He's dead, right? He's been dead for a decade."
I mean, they're not wrong.
Yeah. But
house's door right there, Dad.
The conservators' reactions are largely a mixture of relief and joy, and also some very small anxiety. Just it's like, oh my God, Volos is alive again. Oh, Lord, you're back. Oh, we have to have that conversation eventually, don't we?
Don't worry, he knows you guys are kicking me out. Don't worry. Well-known fact.
It's a strange day, that day, for sure.
So, when they go to Kaus's thing, she's gonna knock on Kaus's door.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, Kaus, I have a surprise for you. It's a great one, you'll love it. I'm not gonna threaten you, I promise.
Much.
And then she turned to her dad's like, I only threatened him a little bit.
What did you say to him?
Nothing, but he's deeply afraid of me and I love it. Anyways.
There's no answer, but you do hear footsteps eventually, and then the door opens, and Kaus is standing there looking at you.
Look.
There's a scowl on his face already, but Ben realizes you're not alone. He locks eyes with Volos. You see the color kind of drain from his face, and the eyes go wide. And
I feel like she's like, so do you want me to tell him all the things you said, or do you want me to tell him all the things you said? She has like this very happy look on her face. She's enjoying this too much.
Conservator. Kaus nods. Clearly, like there's definitely some like internal panic there in his eyes. Volos is just kind of studying his face, and after a moment, says, I hope you're able to gather your wit here, Kaus. I expect you and I are going to have a lengthy conversation here in the future, along with all of the others, but good to see you. You look well.
Pale, maybe.
Kaus just... like, he can't even get words out at that point. It's like he's seen a ghost, quite literally. And not hearing any response, Volos kind of, half grimace, just kind of pats him on the shoulder, says, we'll leave you to it, I think. We still need to talk to the steward. But good to be back. And he will just kind of start to lead you away from Kaus, who is just standing gobsmacked in the doorway to his office.
I feel like she's like, isn't it a good surprise? Bye, Kaus. I'll update him on everything, don't worry. Oh, she's like, thank you, Dad. Oh, that was, pinnacle. I think I might have enjoyed that more than killing La Sharag. Like, no.
Have you given Gideon that head yet?
Are you talking about me? She'll pull it out.
Lauren, it stinks.
Yeah, but it's funny.
It smells terrible.
Wait, she actually probably would have asked Burberry, would you, like, make this thing not rot, please?
Well, that depends entirely on if you have 10 gold for me.
I do have 10 gold for you. Here you go, take it. I'll take 100. Just, please. Please just make him not rot.
All right. Well, I was going to say you really should give it to Gideon, but I'll consider this services rendered.
Perfect. So her head is not rotting. It is in perfect condition.
Well, it should be rotting. God.
I'll tell you what, it might be reposing, but it ain't gentle.
So, heading to the steward's office, I think. That reunion is probably the most intensive one. Elsar would definitely invite both of you in and sit down with you. And I think that your father would, after getting the initial, yes, I'm back, it's good to see everyone, I'm alive, I'm wouldn't be here if it weren't for, Aloran and her friends finding me and freeing me, but I've been advised that I am not to discuss the particulars of the situation as it is still developing, to my understanding. And also, as I understand, Lauren and Alexia are no longer with the Wardens, or are soon to be without the Wardens. Exactly where is it that they stand right now? What is the situation?
I think we're, like, on the outs. So there's going to be, like, a whole meeting, and they're just going to, like, capoot us out the door. I want it to be really elaborate, honestly, please.
And Elzar would be like, we are in the process of building that door for you, yes. Honestly, I am, he's more relieved than anything to hear that Volos is alive. And I think the question that would kind of come up between them during this conversation is, where exactly does Volos land in the midst of all of this? You and Elsar have talked about your coming dismissal, right? And your future plans for, doing better than the Wardens have been doing. And Elsar would definitely make all of that clear, I think, to Volos. I think he would get Volos fully up to speed, lay it all out on the table, let him know what's going on, why, what the concerns are. And say it fairly plainly. It's like, I know that you're going to have a split loyalty if you are to stay with the Wardens going forward. If your daughter, who has ostensibly saved the Emerald Coast and possibly all of Argos, with her actions, is no longer serving under the Wardens, having technically violated the Creed, I would not blame you in the slightest for holding that against us. And I think you'd be well within your right if you did. Which is not to say that we could not use you again if you were to come back, because we could. Absolutely. We have been in dire need of what you brought to the table. And frankly, we are now paying for not having listened to you in the first place. You saw the signs of these creatures moving around in the ocean before anyone, and you organized the initial expedition that set this whole thing in motion. I think we owe you almost as much as we owe her.
If he started it off, then is he getting kicked out too?
Well, we don't have any reason to. Volos was operating completely within the chain of command. He followed the Creed. He had no violations whatsoever to his name
Where are all my violations again?
Well,
technically I was on a leave of absence during all of this. I was not technically doing anything under the...
Technically you weren't doing anything. Technically, Alexei was responsible for dragging you into a military operation when you blew up a warship off the coast of Freeport.
I would like to make it known that everybody told me not to do that. And I mean everybody.
But Alexei was the senior in that situation, and therefore bears the responsibility.
I'm a very persuasive person. That's mostly on me.
I acknowledge that, Aloran, but there is an order to the order here.
And the order is Alexei is a very good conservator. He cherishes the Green Wardens.
And he can do better than us.
Yeah.
I know he can. We've been holding him back. Alexei is one of the most gifted wizards I have ever worked with. And seeing what you've done these past few months has made it extremely clear to me just how underutilized he's been this whole time. I fully anticipate that whatever it is you two put together in the coming years is going to be a force for real, genuine change. And I very much look forward to years of highly public I told you so's from you and Alexei both.
I won't be as graceful as Alexei, but...
Well...
honestly, I shouldn't talk to people.
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Okay.
At any rate, point being, Volos, whatever it is you decide to do, I would bear you no ill will in either way, and I would hope that you chose to rejoin the Wardens, but I would also fully understand if you didn't. You would be well within your right to, given the circumstances. And
would he still be a conservator, though?
Well, I think that it would only be fair. I mean, coming back from the dead. doesn't seem right that you should lose.
I just wanted to double check since you said there'd be a conflict of interest that he wouldn't be punished for me just being his daughter and stuff.
We're not going to hold your father accountable for the actions of another conservator while he was dead.
Okay, just clarifying. Because you're kind of holding Alexei accountable for my actions, but...
As he is, given that he is your senior.
But he technically wasn't my senior in the moment, because I was still technically on a leave of absence.
You are
so
still
he did not technically,
a junior warden, and
I guess
a conservator.
Technically, I'm on a leave of absence, and this was personally for me, so everything I did was personal, and Alexei just so happened to skadoodle over in his poor little magic carpet that I blew up. Isn't it?
Alexei knew what he was doing. And he went on with it anyways.
Okay. I'm just saying. Technically, leave of absence. He wasn't technically over me at that period of time. So I'm still technically on a leave of absence.
It sounds like technically, I think Volos would cut in here. We were just here to say that I was back and to let everyone know that I'm alive and that things went well. So I think we can hash out the details of all of this later. If we want to have a big knockdown, throwdown meeting about it, get everyone in one room, just really start yelling. You know, we could probably schedule that here in the next couple of weeks if you really wanted to. I think Elsar would just kind of laugh a little bit and say, I think if you want to take some time before we get back to politicking, I would more than encourage that. I think we could all use some time off, given recent events. And Volos would agree. He would probably say, I think we should probably take our leave then. And, he will lead you, Lauren, back out of his office and back downstairs.
Technically still on a leave of absence. Anyways, nice seeing you again. Well, kind of. He scolded me in front of my dad, so I didn't really like that, but here we are.
I think on your way out of the keep, I think Volos would definitely look kind of thoughtful, and I think he would be kind of looking to you like, what do you think about all of this? You definitely don't seem like you're in love with it, to say the least.
About getting kicked out of the Green Wardens? No, not super pleased about it. Honestly, I feel more bad that Alexei's getting kicked out because of what I talked him into doing. So.
I don't know that he seems terribly broken up about it. He's been pretty enamored with all this work he's doing with the watch.
That's because of Gid. No. There's...
Well. I suppose I've got some thinking to do on where I stand on all of this then.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird being punished for when I wasn't technically with them. Kind of, so.
You did the right thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't sweat it too much. You are certainly more than capable of handling whatever you need to at this point. Honestly, when did you learn to walk through trees?
That was like a month ago or so.
Do you know how long it took me to get that figured out? Years, Lauren. It took me years to figure that out.
Oh, I learned mostly everything I know, like in a span of like 6. I think.
He's just like clapping you on the back, just like, you are unbelievable sometimes.
Honestly, Dad, if you don't want to join the Green Wardens, I'm sure Alexei would love to have you help him with the nitty-gritty of whatever he's planning with the money I gave him.
What kind of money did you give him?
I think like 50,000 gold.
50,000?
Yeah, it's a startup organization. And he's the smart, mathy person.
You really need to like fill me in on what it is you've been up to. 50,000? Where are you getting this kind of money?
Well, we raided a pirate lord.
Okay, back up.
Honestly, we still probably could go back there and get more money. You wanna go walk through a tree with me and see if we can find that stash?
Is Lord gonna go raid Daggermore again? You could. Theoretically, you could.
Should be tempted to.
But yeah, I think your dad would definitely make it clear. It's like he's got to make a decision. It sounds like about where he stands now with the wardens.
Yeah.
In light of everything, and definitely wants to get more detail about what it is you've been doing, because it sounds kind of crazy to him.
Yeah, I think she'd totally be like, yeah, if you want to join me and Alexei. I'm not a talky person, and people piss me off, and I just kind of say what's on my mind. So not the greatest for political talky, but
Well, I think you're probably better suited to action in that light.
yeah,
Got
talking's annoying.
quite the resume now.
But I'm sure Alexei would love to have some insight. I was thinking we could be called like the Emerald Guard or something like that, you know?
Are we gonna be like a military organization? What's the idea?
I think the idea is like creating an organization that will actually do something in dire times of need and help people. Sorry, that came off really hostile towards the Green Wardens, which I know you're still kind of.
The Warden's hell, they're just not militant.
Yeah, they totally helped so much. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We have time to figure that out. I think the other order of business that would be covered over the next couple of weeks, Gideon and Alexei would definitely be organizing another trip out to the Hell on Deep.
Take me!
Alright, Burberry's going. Would anybody else want to go be involved in that?
I want to go. I want to see if I can catch fish with live fish this time.
You throw fish out and a Leviathan grabs it, you're like, oh,
Burberry gets
It's a
Barnaby
fighter.
gets pulled out into the abyss and
Yeah.
he's never seen again.
Went down the way I lived. Fishing.
Is
See?
there a specific goal to this visit?
They are wanting to actually really pour over the tower and the surrounding complex and the seafloor, and just do as thorough a survey of this location as they can to try and wrap their heads around what exactly the problem is.
How long do they expect to be out there?
A few weeks at the most.
Well, it's not coming.
Okay.
Yeah, like Alorn would want to go, but I feel like she's be very helpful.
Yeah, I can't. There's not really much I can contribute to that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
fair.
kind of where I'm at. Like, I feel like Alorn would be like, I could go, but I don't know how helpful I'll be.
Me and Lauren could go, or we could spend a few weeks at the North Shore Gardens hanging out.
Yeah.
It's a tough choice.
Yeah. But
decisions.
she'll ask Gideon, and Alexia be like, do you want me to go?
if you think you could be of help, we would
I don't
like
think
to have the help, for sure.
I don't think I can be of help. That shit looked like mumbo jumbo.
Right. Well, then,
But I could always come and be a source of entertainment. And she'll pull out the little head.
Hey guys, I'm the last show.
It's been weeks.
I asked Gerald to get that from you. He didn't get the head?
No, it's mine. And she'll put it back in her bag and be like, don't touch my head.
Lauren, started to get unhealthy.
Lauren, I'm just going to put this out there. I am going, and I cannot maintain your head while I am gone. That sounds so dirty, but true.
It's quite literally true.
So you can keep the head, but at least put it in a jar.
Don't make me rot. I have so much mocking to do still.
I am going on this trip. Period.
Hey Gideon, can I have your jar? Your head jar?
It's at my office. Please. Please leave it in my office.
The jar?
Yes.
No. It's coming with me. Because if I give it to you and I leave it in the office, you're never going to give it back to me, are you?
I mean, he's not going to be there.
Probably worth asking. Just asking a question. Why do you need it anymore, Lauren?
Mocking. I have so much mocking to do. With this stupid.
Is this for
face.
you, or like, what do you just want to mock him?
I'm mocking him as he's dead, because now I could just control his stupid little face.
Right. And you need to do that because
I find it incredibly entertaining.
as valid as of a reason as anything, I suppose.
I'm stupid Lasha Rock. I thought I could kill the great emerald.
Like get fucked up, you stupid head, and put it back in her bag.
Well, I won't argue.
I'm just considering it weird that she agreed to put it in a jar.
But Gideon, you didn't answer my question. If I put it in the jar and left it in your office, would you ever give me the head back?
I intend to interrogate the head until it doesn't provide any additional information, so...
But you can have it after that.
Suppose. As long as you destroy it, or keep it under... We really should destroy it eventually.
Yeah, don't give it to anybody else, because if somebody else gets a hold of it, they can bring it back.
Oh, that's true.
Ooh.
It's sort of a liability.
Yeah.
Well, you just made this way less fun, you stupid smarties. Way to put a Debbie Downer on my head puppet.
I mean, it's already kind of gross. Yeah, and nope.
I mean, that is fair. He is pretty fucking disgusting. But...
He was gross when he was
That
alive.
was-
He's only worse now that he's dead.
I was gonna say the same thing, damn it.
Nah, sorry.
So. Fine, I'll give you the head. After my last 10 days that Burberry gives me with it. I think Adlar's gonna be like... I feel like
The
Adlar's
Spirit of the
gonna
Divine
be
only...
like,
How long does the
"Please
Spirit of
take
the
the
Divine...
head away."
Adlar has been deeply upset by this head being around all the time over the past couple of weeks. Just like, you have to have that out on the table we are eating right now.
Yeah, it's our
You
trophy
know?
of our victory.
This is so unhealthy.
Oh.
Goes to cast Gentle Repose, accidentally casts something very, very destructive.
Well, we can't interrogate it.
Okay, fine.
I mean, technically, it doesn't need the flesh in order to be able to be used to interrogate it. So, if you just removed all the flesh and kept the skull as bone, it wouldn't decay anymore.
You can speak with that on a skull.
Fine, Gideon, here's the stupid head.
I don't want it.
She's gonna like plop it into his hands.
I don't. No, take it back.
No, you wanted it so bad.
In my office.
There's your
I don't want
stupid
it.
head.
Burberry's gonna lean to Noelle and say, "You know, this seems kind of appropriate, Lauren trying to give head to Gideon, and Gideon saying no."
Rising for
I was
goodness.
thinking about the same joke, but it just seems so macabre considering there's a literal severed head in our presence.
Nah. We've had worse.
Anyways, it sounds like only Burberry and Barnaby are going on the, I guess, the third survey expedition out to the tower now. So, you guys would be out for a couple of weeks. And it would largely be you and Gideon and Alexei very painstakingly inspecting each tower and making very detailed drawings.
Did the guy from the Hollowvale want to go too?
Tertian? Or
Yeah.
Tyrion? Tyrion
Yeah.
can leave his post. Tyrion is dated in Hollowvale. But
Oh, in that case, can I get can I get a Lauren to put a dream thingy in one of our spell storing stuffs?
Is that too high of level?
I think that's a 5th level.
5th or lower.
If they're lower, then yes, you may have a dream spell.
Cool. I will basically tell Tyrion, like, basically I'm gonna get like a really good look at this thing, and then I'm gonna dream the location to Tyrion so he can look around.
Gotcha. Okay.
That way he can be there without actually being there.
It's probably not like the full, experience of inspecting all the glyphs. Like it's.
I mean, no.
There
but,
is so much to contain in a single memory, right? But
Yeah.
he can get the impression, he can get the vibe there, and would definitely be very perturbed by this sight. It is deeply profane, in his words. But over those 2 weeks, you guys would be able to inspect the ruins in detail, take very detailed drawings and measurements of everything.
Tyrion is my nerd friend. My religion nerd friend.
He's definitely up there. Get a real thorough sense of what it is that this place is doing. Or at least give yourselves the ability to devise that over time with these records. And at the same time, you'd be able to inspect the seafloor, which is now cleared of these spawn. And you would see that there's definitely been a lot of erosion down here. There's clear signs that these things were eating away at the stone at the base of these towers, digging deeper into the ground. There are these deep pits and crevices and notches where these things had been burrowing. There are sizable rifts in the stone that the red light is pouring through into the ocean around it. Very clear evidence of very significant seismic activity down here. That is, in all likelihood, wearing away at the foundation of this place. And with those records, it would be a little while, I think, before another meeting was called with the Watch and with Alexei. You guys would probably be halfway through the next month at this point. Probably the 30th, 35th of the following month, when they reached out to all of you and asked to meet at the Presidium, as they finally feel that they have a grasp, to some extent, at what all is happening. What they would be able to share is that, for all intents and purposes, it looks as though Lost Shirog's approach to bypassing this seal was to just try and brute force his way around it. There was no evidence that they could find of any sort of off switch to this seal. There was no way to engage with it arcanely to redirect it or alter it in some way. To the absolute best of their ability to determine this, they are confident that all he was able to do was try and collapse the towers. Just eat away at their foundations with these beasts, these spawns. And eventually, despite all of their enchantments, these things would break apart under their own weight. They believe that if these spawns had kept to that activity, unabated, if you hadn't stopped them, the towers could well have fallen by summer solstice. Without this continued erosion, they're probably looking at a few decades before these things really fall apart. Possibly even up to 50 years. The currents down there are not terribly strong. The issue's more about the depth and the pressure, what that's doing to the seafloor now that there's all these gaps and openings between the rock. It would be slow, but eventually the towers are likely to fall. So the question becomes, what can we do about it? There is the brute forcing opposite approach of filling in all of this broken stone. Stone can be conjured. The seafloor could theoretically be repaired with enough time and enough work. But that does leave the towers still just sitting vulnerable on the ocean floor. And that doesn't sit terribly well with Gideon. And he has been pushing to try and find some alternatives. Some additional ways to try and safeguard this seal, to keep whatever is down there from ever breaking out.
Could we incorporate into the seal to make it like a mass banishment, to just banish it out of the seafloor and off the plane?
That, whatever's underneath there is not, it would take a lot of people to properly banish it. I accidentally brushed up against it with a control monster spell, and I was just gobsmacked.
Yeah, I think it'd just be a work in progress, but...
What they'd be able to share is that based on what they're seeing in the seals, and they're still in the process of sort of decoding the spell work in all of the seals, but they believe that place is a full plane of some sort. Doesn't seem to be a terribly big one, but it is itself a plane, and whatever dwells at the heart of that plane, banishing it would just send it back to that plane. It would just that is its point of origin. The goal.
So the answer would be something more like trying to break the connection between this plane and that one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Again, the problem being the plane is buried underground. It is there.
This is basically like if Earth's core was hell.
Ah, thank you.
To my understanding.
Think of it like a very small moon has crashed into the ocean, and now, there is a moon in the ocean. That is a place that was in space and is now.
And that moon has hell inside of it.
Yes, it is a hell moon.
Okay. If we just take it and push it somewhere else.
It's a joke I was waiting for. Glad you
delivered. I feel like
delivered.
we gotta. Someone's gotta.
Just push it somewhere else.
Well, this is a little beyond Noel's area of expertise, which is writing poetry, but
insulted until it feels so ashamed and leaves.
If the technical side of it is that's fine. I think it would still be good to have your opinion.
Is there any chance that, like, I'm not to disrespect whoever made these towers, but we do have several thousand years of magical advancement on them, right? Is there any chance that maybe once we sort of reverse engineer how these towers work, we could make something better?
Possible. I don't know how long it would take to figure that out personally. I'm still trying to wrap my head around exactly how
I don't
work.
think my solution is necessarily something that's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, but
right.
We got 2 decades.
It's possible. I think that's definitely a direction we could start moving.
I think
although it would be definitely a commitment to probably undertake this for the rest of my life, honestly. If we were.
Well, your life sort of has a hard cap at about 50 years, sounds like, anyway. All of ours do.
If we can repair the damage to the seafloor, I think we can certainly buy ourselves a lot of time.
For what it's worth, the scale of this problem is why, I'm not criticizing, but it is why I was pushing for the notion of getting as many people involved as possible. Because I don't know if we're going to solve the apocalypse in this little meeting room in the Presidium.
We have a couple alternatives. That Gideon would say at that point.
Plans?
We have options. Options that would not require us to involve others, so I am arguably biased in favor of these, though Alexei has objected to both of them.
Yeah, what are they?
He kind of gets a nervous look from Alexei as he continues onward. Having seen what Volos did to try and safeguard the world against this thing, and what he did with very little resources, I thought perhaps we could iterate on that idea. And after seeing Lauren perform what appeared to be a much more sophisticated ritual to untangle him from the seal, I asked Alexei to devise whether or not it would be possible to try and form a less constrictive binding in that nature. Bulwark the seal with a soul, as Volos attempted to do, without condemning a person to dying on sight.
Okay. How would we do that?
Alexi would chime in there and say, I mean, it sounds as though it's possible with this this projection spell the Conclave used on you, Burberry. If you're able to shape this space, then there's no reason you couldn't shape it around neighboring sources of magic, especially magic this powerful, this concentrated. But even if you did it properly, to where one was not bound in body to that site, on death, your soul would still be tied to that place, which I don't know that I am a fan of myself, nor that I would expect anyone else to be. I can't say that I love that option. And Gideon would kind of rebuke that a little bit and say, I am well aware that my own soul is itself forfeit after the last incursion. I personally would find this preferable to what I expect is waiting for me. I have no qualms with that plan myself, but as Alexi said, and as I'm sure many of you are about to say, that may not be for everyone.
You're proposing that you could tie your own soul to the tower to reinforce the ritual at the cost of condemning yourself.
In all likelihood, yes.
I would be more concerned that that's just a drop in the bucket. I mean, no offense taken, you do have plenty of magical capabilities, but...
Oh, your soul is so powerful.
Yes, thank you, Noel.
I expect that there are others that could be found.
Well,
I was in a similar position to myself.
I might have been thinking something a little, well, unfortunately, we would need to get guard folks involved, but I feel like it would be a little, amusing. So we always spend all of, if we were to hook you into this magical train, would you still be able to cast spells independently of it? Or would you be funneling all of your spells into it always?
No, the goal of this would be to tie oneself in such a way that you could live your life as you wish, however you wish, and simply contribute the strength of your own soul to strengthening this seal. And
upon your death, or just forever?
Upon your death, your soul would be...
That's sort of like a pact.
To the seal. In a way, yes.
I wonder if there would be a way, because honestly, if... I'm sorry, like my brain's doing such a silly. If there would be a way to basically make it so that one was bound to this thing, dedicating all of their magic to it, it might be an excellent punishment for bad wizards.
I was honestly gonna say if we hunted down cult members, we could literally tie them to it.
I think it would need to be a willing thing, because if you tried to tie it unwillingly, I don't foresee good results, but most people would rather lose their magic than be stuck in jail forever, especially the way that you have to contain magicians or magic users. So having it be a way that, and there's always going to be people who want to break the law, plus it would be a renewing source of energy.
Honestly, like, I feel like if Gideon wanted to do this in the time being until the floor's fixed, I mean, we could, and then we could unbind his soul from it.
But his soul wouldn't be...
is about the longer term after the sea floor is fixed. How long until the tower collapses of its own accord anyways? That I don't know that we can say, but I'm
And eventually, inevitably, it will.
I mean,
Well, and we do have a while, because that points at the giant column. That's probably going to last for a little bit. Because this is a pretty heavy decision either way.
Yes.
I don't think you should do that, though, Gideon.
Is there another plan?
I don't think so either, Alexei would say. And to that end, I was thinking about alternatives. I did hit on an idea, although I don't love it either. But given the sort of control one has in this soul space, from what you've told us and what Cardinal Tarian's been able to tell us, it sounds as though you could reshape things to be kind of anything in there. Which leads me to ask, maybe we could rebuild the seal in someone's soul. Replicate it. That space. Maybe that could have a compounding effect with the actual seal. I'm sure there's a way to properly, interconnect those two channels of magic. I can't imagine it's not possible. There's got to be some way to do it. I don't know what kind of effects that would have on a person. Forming that sort of direct connection to that plane.
Couldn't we also just make the spires more stable in general and combine them into one giant large rock?
I feel like that's a good question, because it sounds like there's sort of two problems here that I'm not sure which one is the right one. Are the towers, is it literally an architectural problem that the towers are going to fall apart?
It's both. It's both.
It's both.
It's both. So the towers are the more concerning part at the moment because the foundation has been broken up by the Leviathans. If the foundation breaks, the spell breaks. However, if we fix the foundation, it's patching a problem because there's still cracks in the proverbial magical wall, because the magic that is holding this thing together is also slowly being drained.
Is that correct? The magic, let's say the towers were indestructible and perfect. In 50 years' time, is it still breaking apart? Or draining, or whatever?
No. I think if we can get the seafloor back together, we've restored the clock back to whatever it was before Lost Shirok got involved. I think...
So then let's rebuild the seafloor, and I think a long-term project is to combine the spires into one giant large thing, and interweave it all together, so that we don't have to worry about the seafloor degrading the spires and causing them to fall.
Yeah, it sounds like the magic is sound. It's just literally an architectural problem.
Are we suggesting burying the spires then?
It would be safer than having them here.
Plus, if you can't see it, it's much harder to find.
Exactly.
Unless there was a reason they weren't buried, but I suppose that answer will come when we decode all the glyphs.
Well, I mean, it wasn't on the seafloor initially. It used to be up top. It just ended up down here.
And at this point, we could bury it if we wanted to.
That would be an undertaking.
Something that would be worth looking into. I mean, I'm sure that many people who are much better at magic than I will be researching this for decades to come, but there is a better way to do this. I think that should be a point of research, just in general.
I would wholeheartedly agree. I think Gideon might be moving a little hastily in this plan to try and bulwark the seal, which Gideon, I think, would push back, I only know that the Watch's history, that Vergos' history, has seen too many incursions like this. Too many lives lost. And I would be remiss if I did not do everything in my power to make sure that this thing could never be a threat again. Which, Alexei, I fully understand, we all understand that, but You don't have to tie yourself to the thing to do that. So let's...
At least not right now.
Tie yourself to it? It seems like you almost want to.
What's the alternative for you?
I expect when I die that my soul will go back to our good friends that invaded 50 years ago in the 7th Incursion.
Did you...
They are in part responsible for my current
Really?
form, and I expect they will have some claim on my soul when I die.
Burberry would like to have a long conversation about this, but Kat does not know if that is super important to have right now.
That is probably epilogue talk, but that is where Gideon's head is at.
Well, just to be clear, it sounds like Gideon's plan wouldn't even solve the problem long term. Like, even if he tied his soul to it, the tower's still gonna fall at some point.
I mean, it wouldn't be just me, ideally. But...
Alright, but the towers are still gonna fall at some point.
So I feel like this conversation is... The big thing we need to do is start...
Rebuilding the surface.
Rebuilding the seafloor.
Okay.
We start getting some dump trucks.
Which is unfortunate, because some of the best people to do that would be the Green Wardens, because they have all the druids.
Which I have been pushing. Alexi would chime in. I think he's looking to you, Aloran, as you see that. He's like...
What? Wait, is he saying to convince
I mean,
Gideon?
you guys are making a new organization, so it's possible that once you're set up with that, you'd be actually really good for helping with that.
Yeah. So you want me to steal away all the Green Wardens that helped us and have them help rebuild the seafloor?
I mean, if you could convince some people to come back and help us with that, and Gideon's like, I told you that involving the Wardens, like, it wouldn't be the Wardens, it would be the Wardens.
Okay, I had a name idea, Alexi, so we can call them the Emerald Guard.
New organization, Gideon.
Yeah,
totally separate from the Wardens,
Emerald
no
Guard.
ties to Inner Guards,
They're going
independence.
to be, and your best pal Alexi here is gonna run it. So you guys will be able to do it side by side.
We all trust Alexi. We all
trust
Alexi.
Yeah, what Noelle said.
And if you would like, I can walk people through Zone of Truth.
We already did that with all of these people.
Give me
On the off chance that new blood wants to join, I don't know.
Well, New Blood, yes, we'll definitely do that, but... And hell, the Emerald Guard, that could be one of their more secret tasks, is maintaining this structure.
That's true.
Or rather, this buried structure. Make sure it stays buried. There's nothing here.
Oh, good. 25.
You can tell Gideon wants to argue,
Gideon?
but as you're like, it's a separate thing. It's its own thing. It's not the Wardens anymore. You know, he's running out of ways to kind of push back, and he eventually, you see him kind of just like, the shoulders kind of slump a little bit. He's like, yes, fine, yes.
Gideon, if you want, I have built an entire village out of stone. I can help you rebuild the Gatewatch, and then I can build another little castle right next to it that Alexi runs. And your organization can be side by side. It'd be so cute.
I think let's fix the seafloor problem first, and then we can talk.
We also have to give them a place to stay and sleep and stuff, so.
Well, they'll be staying on the vertebrae. We're not leaving until the problem's solved, but
How long will it take us to rebuild the seafloor?
I don't know.
I guess you're about to find out.
Do I need to be involved in this? She'll look at Alexi.
Alexi's like, really?
Alexi, I haven't even gone on my honeymoon yet.
Okay, we'll
Clock's
Get
ticking,
everything
Alarm. We only
scheduled.
got 50 years.
we'll get everything coordinated. We'll figure out dates and times. We'll get everything where it needs to be, and then once everyone's ready, we can start the first big push.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me know when you want me to go talk to those junior wardens. And Gideon, since I don't have a place for them to go, would they be welcomed at your Gatewatch Tower?
What was that?
The Gatewatch Tower, would they be welcomed there to stay and have a place to live?
Yes, they are welcome at the Presidio.
Okay.
Well,
See, like, you don't have to tie your soul, but I feel like after the conversation, Lauren wants to say something to him. But...
okay. I think at that point, that is kind of the end of this last bit of the conversation. That is the best plan they've got.
Move rocks.
Move rocks.
It's brilliant in its simplicity.
We push someplace there.
We push some rocks somewhere else.
So what was it that you wanted to talk to Gideon about?
I think she'd like go to him and be like, how positive are you that your soul and the afterlife is going to go back to these guys? These terrible, terrible monsters.
Speak closer to the mic, Johnny.
How positive are you that your soul's going to go back to these guys?
Reasonably, I think.
Give me a percentage out of 100.
70 to 80.
Okay. You hit 90 to 100. Like, if you hit 90, let me know. And I'll help you.
Help me.
Have you heard about a thing called a soul coin? No.
Well, I figured out how to get my dad out. We could figure out, if we put our brains together, we could figure out how to do what you want to do, if that seems like a better option for you than what you want. Like, for when you die. That is where you would prefer to go, I want.
I will bear that in mind and see what I can find out about this to be more sure.
But be very positive before you do that. Because you could also just miss out on a great afterlife.
I made a decision to forego that to make sure that we won last time. I wasn't expecting.
Well, you deserve to have that. So if there's any way to also fix that, also let me know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is Lauren saying this in front of everybody, or is this like a private conversation?
Private conversation.
You're about to get such an earful.
Yep, this is why she said it privately.
I think with that established, the short-term plan, at the very least, landfill.
Operation Landfill.
Operation Landfill. The atmosphere around Freeport in the wake of your victory is kind of slow to catch on to the fact of this massive battle going as well as it did. It takes the fleet, almost as long as it takes for you guys to finally have this conversation to get back to Freeport. They're out to sea for almost 50 days before you start seeing those ships making their way back into port.
I feel like it'd be hard to believe that it's like, don't worry guys, we won. Ignore the big red doom light in the distance. I swear we won.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of conjecture in the papers about that light. There's commentary from some of the wizarding experts in the various universities around town talking about, well, it's very possible that the ambient magics of whatever this cult was doing is simply lingering in the atmosphere, and it'll disperse in the coming year. In all likelihood, this was a very, very powerful, but no, academic mumbo jumbo. People are leery of the light, but not too long after the ships return to port, the East Alliance begins putting out word of their victory in the papers. Cult flotilla soundly routed and defeated at the Battle of what are they calling it? I think it was the Battle of Mikau, naming it after the village, the Triton village that was nearby. There's definitely a shift around that time too in the streets. There's a lot of celebration in the taverns. There are small little ticker tape parades taking place throughout the city in various neighborhoods. But it's not until probably a full 60 days later, on the 45th of the next month, that the East Alliance Navy finally holds a formal ceremony, recognizing not just the defeat of this cult, but also the people responsible for helming this whole thing. All of you are invited by the Mayor of Freeport, the Prime Minister of the East Alliance, as well as the Admiral of the Navy, to attend and receive recognition for everything you've done over the past months. You've already received 2 solar medals.
Another solar medal.
Solar medal.
I'll throw it in the pile.
When you are on stage shaking hands, getting your photos taken, there's these weird little fucking extendo accordion boxes people have on these tripods now that are like standing in front of you. You have to stand there holding this big, almost like a coaster-sized medal on a ribbon while shaking someone's hand for a good 3 or 4 minutes while they get this picture to take.
You have to stand here for how long?
4 minutes. Keep smiling.
I feel like this time Burberry actually just puts on the mask again. Yeah, no, we're not.
We're not holding a face for that long.
Burberry just falls asleep under the mask.
I'm done smiling.
You would at the very least see that you.
Well, no, because that's the version Burberry everybody knows.
You have been given a new medal this time. It looks like they actually went to the effort of producing an even higher honor than a naval solar medal. What you have is what they are calling an honor of the Emerald Coast, and it is literally centered with a very beautiful star-cut emerald. This platinum disc. With sort of this engraved etching of sort of a map of the coast as its backdrop, and this red and white striped ribbon that is suspended from. This thing is easily twice the size of any of the other medals you guys have got. It's probably about this big, right?
Wow.
Big fucking chonky thing.
Make a great coaster.
Yeah, it would be. If it didn't have a big old
That's true, the emerald.
middle of it.
No, that means you just have to limit it to cans, so that way, the bottom of the can.
Sure. Window's get invented in 100 years.
But they take, numerous photos of you shaking hands with the mayor and with the prime minister. And, there are a number of long-winded speeches given. The longest, of course, coming from the mayor of Freeport. But in the week after that, like it is just party central here in Freeport. I mean, doesn't matter where you go, you guys are getting recognized, you guys are getting pulled over, offered drinks, hands shaken, people asking you to sign their babies, and you know.
Not signing a baby.
I feel comfortable doing that with the quill.
It's much easier.
All that kind of thing. It's a change, for sure. You guys came to Freeport as complete and total unknowns, you know, most of you foreigners. And lo and behold, 6 months later, you guys are heroes of the realm. The work isn't done. But this fight, at least, is over and behind you. And all of you have a lot to look forward to in the future. I think my question for everyone while we're still recording, just kind of in the midst of the repair effort being made, the attempts to maintain the secrecy on this tower and this seal and this monster, in light of all of this sudden fame and recognition and acknowledgement, what is everybody doing in the aftermath of all of this? Just in the next few months, after everything transpires.
Should we just go down the list?
Yeah, I'd say go down the list. Lauren, top of the list. This doesn't need to be your full epilogue plans. I'm just talking like, what does the near future look like for Lauren after this is all said and done?
I feel like Lauren's gonna be busy rebuilding the ocean.
That's fair. That will be happening, and I expect they're probably gonna end up coming to a schedule that's like, okay, we're not staying out here for a month. It's fucking horrible and evil, and I'm going crazy. We'll do like a week on.
Every time we go to bed, people want to kill each other. We should probably.
Yeah, maybe we should just do this like a week at a time.
Yeah.
Rotate shifts. So.
It's her proper honeymoon.
That's true.
Potentially, but if she's doing on and off weeks, I don't think she'd do that.
You could delay the start time until after the honeymoon.
Yeah.
What's the honeymoon look like? Where's she going?
No idea. You started with the worst person.
Should I start at the bottom of the list?
Please don't start with me.
Okay, Noelle, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing after
Start
this?
with me.
Don't make me start in the middle of the list. But I don't know which way to go.
Maybe
up or
we
down.
should roll a dice.
All right, fine. We'll roll dice. And if I roll
God, I
one
hope
or
it's
five,
not me.
you guys are fucked. Okay, I got a 3. It's the middle of the list. Burberry.
All right. So Burberry is going to go ahead and probably head out to well, before he goes to Montalban, actually, there's a specific cave he needs to go visit to see if there was any luck with a specific orgy.
Do I have children?
Or they're Bur babies.
Oh, that orgy. Baby.
Yes.
No place now.
Burberry. Go ahead and roll a performance check for me.
Wait, is this to... There, we finished 3. We did this already.
I know. Final
to
performance
determine
check.
how cool your kids are.
Roll a d4. See how many.
This is about how inbred your kids are.
Why is that performance?
I don't know. Roll performance. What'd you get?
I wish I could give you a bardic inspiration, but there's no possible way that makes sense.
17.
17.
Oh, that's a good roll.
No, I know, that's why I'm nervous.
Yeah, I don't know if good or if high or low rolls are good in this situation.
Depends how many kids you want.
So when you step into the kobold's den, Burberry, there's definitely a lot of new faces. There are 3 that jump out at you, though, as being notably more draconic and less pug-faced than the other kobolds. You couldn't be certain, but you're also like, maybe, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not a deadbeat dad, so I'll figure out who the moms are, and I'll see if they want to leave with me.
I'll tell you this, nobody has any clue who the parents are.
Okay.
Like the eggs are kept in like a huge.
They just have
it's
a
like
heap.
They just have a heap of eggs.
I'll see if do the kids want to leave with me? Do they like do they want to see the outside world?
I think you've definitely got some kobolds who are like interested in the outside world too. After you're returning now, and so you've already offered them like, hey, you want to come to Monty Bond? I'm setting up a thing.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you've come back now and are you're bigger, you're taller, you're stronger, you're more awe-inspiring and hot than ever before.
You're not person we had babies with.
You're hotter.
No repeat performances.
No. There's definitely lots of takers in the Kobold Cave that would be willing to go with you, and I think those more draconic kobolds would be inclined to join you as well. They'd be among those who were like, yes, please take us, show us the world, or whatever this Monty Bon is.
You need me to build houses for you?
Oh no, I've actually got like the cave, like those renovators have been working on this while we've been running around.
Yeah, you had this all set up ahead of time.
I did. The only part is like I'll be adding the actual like building after I pick them up. So like I've already got like the foundation down. Next is just, and I have enough money that I can forever. Jesus. So yeah. Oh heavens! I could also do like mass. How does I know I've used all of my fun bucks, but now that they have a blueprint for how expensive or how to make the glasses of dark vision or day vision.
Sure.
How much would it cost to make enough pairs for however many kobolds decided to go with? How expensive are we talking, and can I afford it? And if I can't, well, that's okay, but...
We'll say 5,000.
Okay, let's see to make sure I have that kind of funds, because I know I told the guy that I was gonna... Oh, but I put down payments down, so I should be okay with that. Okay, yeah, I will provide glasses of day vision for kobolds, since they have sunlight sensitivity, and that's not fun.
That'll outfit. There's probably like 30 of them that are coming with you.
All right, that's also a handsome chunk of change for whoever's doing that. Okay, and then okay, so I guess Burberry's a daddy. I will also say that anytime that Rainer wants to visit with Susanna.
Secundo and
Secunda. Yeah, Susanna. Wanna ever come visit or go on a vacation, they're always welcome to come visit. And Burberry's gonna probably be setting up the temple in Montalban. Eventually, he's gonna figure out what happened to Father's.
It's on the to-do list.
Because I'm curious. Even if nobody else is, I want to know.
It's on the to-do list.
I'll probably also, contact the fam, let them know everything's in the up and up where I'm moving to, and if they want to, I'll have a mother-in-law and a father-in-law cottage. They'll have their own little spot.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they'll tell you as soon as you tell them where you are, they'll probably start making plans to come visit.
And
it might take them a while to get down there.
It's been a very, very long time, and everybody's probably forgotten about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to resurrect a certain person whose finger joint I have been carrying in my pocket since Daggermore. Marco may now return if he so chooses. He'll live in Montalban now, though.
Would Marco come back? I think that you would not see Marco coming back. I think you would invoke the ritual, and the sense you would get, it wouldn't be much connection, but you would get at least enough to sense that Marco's spirit is at peace, and he is content to remain where he is.
Okay, well, at least the attempt was made. Because, yeah.
You owed it to him to at least try.
Yep.
That is fair. Okay.
Wait, do my kids have names already?
Goebel's kind of loosey-goosey about when they get names and if they get names. And who are you
Do
again?
I get to name them?
Yeah, you want to name them?
Hey! Well, one's Litwick.
Okay.
And I'll name the other ones while other people talk, because that's something I actually have to think about.
Okay. All right. Next, re-rolling on 3.
I can go.
Fine.
I can go.
What do you got?
I picked out the 2 things least likely to make me cry. Here's what I'm going to be doing. Helping Snowell find some semblance of stability.
Okay.
Figuring out what she wants to do, and because it's sort of tricky, because Noelle's whole journey was about trying to find a way to be happy, and Snowell is ostensibly Noelle emotionally, but she doesn't get to have the exact same happy ending that Noelle gets. So finding what she wants doesn't have to necessarily be solved right now, but finding a way to make her comfortable. Obviously, going through the trouble of healing her back up too with Alexi's help.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think Snowell is definitely more than happy to pitch in on whatever the Lost Emeralds are still doing in Shreveport and the Emerald Coast right now as a group. Whatever help is needed in that regard, she's more than happy to pitch in.
We are chilling the fuck out, Snowell.
She feels like a part of it, being a copy of you.
Yeah.
Up to a certain point. So, there is a level of connectedness that she would feel to the Emerald Coast and to the Emeralds. I think over time, there is definitely... I really have to think about it, honestly, because I'm not sure how exactly she would change over an extended period of time. I need to think on that.
Okay. That's fine.
For the foreseeable future, she is more than happy to pitch in and help out wherever needed.
Okay. Other pretty easy thing that's not really doesn't require any role play or anything. I think probably at the behest of Jade initially, Noelle would publish a poetry book.
Aww.
I think she would be very hesitant to do that, but I think Jade would probably push her to.
Yeah, she would.
You will guarantee sell one.
All right, well, no, two, unless Jade. Well, Jade probably gets a free copy. And I think that in those initial months, Noelle would also, like, once we get past the point of, like, needing to relax, you know, like those first few weeks, Noelle would probably start looking for a project, and I think that project would turn into an autobiography of the Lost Emerald's adventures.
Okay.
I don't know how long it would take her, but I think she would want to start on it sooner so that it was fresh in her mind.
Fair. Would she want to cover, like, each Emerald's life story autobiography?
No, I think it would be like an adventure
book
of our story together.
Gotcha.
Essentially. And I'll, you know, scrub over the parts where we do really stupid shit. A little bit.
No, that makes us seem human.
Well, no, I'll leave flaws, but, you know, maybe not like...
the part where we helped overthrow a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, the
just
whole
so
world stuff probably gets a little
It's
nice
just,
scrub brush taken
sweep
to
that
it.
all up to the
No big deal.
There's this evil guy named Willem, and he was really evil, and we definitely didn't collaborate with him at all.
And we kicked his ass.
End of chapter 1. I never said Noelle was a great writer.
Well, I totally believe her.
Nothing hidden there. But I don't know how long that would take. Honestly, she would probably get it done faster than she would expect, just because she is a writer, and it would just sort of come naturally out of her, because she, I don't know, is a creative person that just kind of has to create sometimes, and then she has a lot to say.
Yeah, I think given your group's fame at this stage, those would both probably sell very, very well. So,
I feel like the first draft of the book, like, Noelle would give it to her editor, and it'd be like, you need to cut it down like half of it. This is like way too much.
You got it trim.
No, you just split it into multiple books.
That's true.
Noelle writes the first trilogy.
The Lost Emeralds and the Sorcerer's Stone. Lost Emeralds and the Order of the Phoenix.
The Lost Order
I
and
literally do not
Baby
remember
Chief.
any of the Harry Potter book titles.
Probably for the best.
Which one? There's the Sorcerer's Stone,
Chamber of Secrets,
Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yep.
There's the fourth one is Goblet of Fire. Fifth one is
Order of the Phoenix is fifth for sure.
It's not Order of the Phoenix.
Order of Phoenix, Half-Blood Prince, and Deathly Hallows.
Is it Order of the Phoenix?
Yeah.
The only reason that one I remember is because I remember it was such a huge deal when it came out, because there was such a long wait between 4 and 5.
It's a big book.
And it was a
For
big
some
book.
reason I didn't think it was Phoenix. I knew it was Order of something, but I didn't think it was Phoenix.
Yeah, Order of the Phoenix.
Order of the Phoenix.
I did name the babies.
What are they named?
Litwick, Fur, and Dawnbreak.
Oh, Dawnbreak's a cool name.
For F-I-R.
Nice.
I'm gonna assume
So it's
there are reasons for each of these names.
That's adorable.
Well, I liked the idea that, like, Burr named them after the thing that attracted their attention first.
Oh.
And so, like, probably wasn't like a huge amount of candles and stuff since kobolds have dark vision. So that's why there's Litwick. Fur, there's no trees underground. So, and then Dawnbreak is, big giant ball of fire come over. Like all these things are things that kobolds don't see.
Yep.
That makes sense.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Outside of those two things, just to wrap up Noel, I think everything else requires a little bit more of a commitment to like RP through a few things. So,
sure.
I think that's immediate.
We'll have an epilogue.
Yeah, the immediate future for Noel is a lot of book writing and vacationing and making sure that Noel feels comfortable.
Fair enough. Am I rolling or is somebody else going next? All right, I'm rolling. So let's see. 5 and 3 have been done. Okay, number 4. John. What is John doing after all of this blows over? You are now a hero of the coast. You have slain your enemies in the cult.
So I have one thing to take care of, and then depending on how that goes, another thing.
Okay.
I guess it's time to address the letter that I sent to Saren before, which would have been delivered a little while ago.
Yeah. Did you ever tell me what was in that letter?
I'm pretty sure I sent it to you.
I know, I'm looking for it. Here we go. So... Okay, yeah. So... You wrote Saren this very open letter. Not terribly long, but definitely very, very honest. And I do think her response would definitely be kind of like the first time she sees you again after you get back, like she'd be kind of nervous, honestly. Like, one, it's like, holy shit, you're alive. That's amazing, and 2, it's like, what does that mean for us now? Because I've never done anything like this before. This is I mean, come on, you know me. I play things fast and loose, and this is there's a lot of feelings here. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly.
I guess it's just up to how you feel at this point. If you don't feel you're ready, that's fine. I'm willing to wait.
I mean, I think I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know how anything beyond, hey, you're hot. You want to bang one out? Like I've never done more than that, really. So, I kind of need some guidance there as far as like how do we do that exactly? What does that look like?
I don't know. I guess we would figure out somewhere to settle down on a more permanent basis.
Do you want to move in together?
I guess that would kind of be the next step.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Lauren's built like a whole village for us on Farrell, so like we live there. Do you have a house?
Not currently. I was considering building one.
Oh shit! You can build houses. Okay, yeah. Where do we want to build a house? It's gotta be on a beach. All right. First rule: it's gotta be a beach house. I gotta have a beach.
I don't really have a problem with that. I can be underwater just as easily as I can be above it.
Sweet. All right. Yeah, I think Saren is. She's open to a more committed relationship, but I think she is definitely out of her depth because this is nothing like she's done before. But she's game to give it a shot and see where this goes. So she's in.
Well then, I guess.
Yeah.
The next thing that is on my list would be building a house.
All right. Where does John set up shop?
I know a
Funnily
great place
enough.
where a shrimp shack used to be.
Funnily enough, that was kind of what I was thinking.
I mean, the shrimp shack is still there when you guys head back there.
Not
It's-
like the shrimp shack specifically, but like that generalized area.
Sure. Somewhere along that coast.
Barnaby has a neighbor.
For the first time in 5 years.
It's not super far from Freeport. It's not super far from the.
It's really, really close to Farrell, actually. Like, it's probably like a day's swim across the channel. It's very close to Farrell.
It's also not that far from my home.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a central point between everybody.
Yeah. All right. That tracks.
I'm not going to go easy on you if I catch you stealing from my fermented fish barrels.
You do not have to worry about that.
I better not have to.
So what do you think 10,000 gold could build?
10,000 could get you a pretty decently sized house, I think. Let me see.
I'm looking to build one that's like partially, like it has two sections. They're like partially in the water and partially on land.
Sure. For 10,000.
There actually is numbers for this, isn't there? How
I
much
know,
like
I'm
a
looking at
house
the building
costs?
strongholds up. So that would be bigger than, say, a guild hall, a trading post, but not quite as big as a fort or a tower. Would you go get? Go.
I'm thinking
10,000 gold pieces will get you a very big house. Like that is going to be, a small manor, probably.
Okay.
Maybe not manor, but like a.
I'm assuming the cost of putting part of it in the water will increase the cost, which will lower the overall size a little bit.
That's probably true. Yeah. If it's a waterfront house, you've got part of it underwater. That's fair. That's
So okay. Stabilize it against waves.
Probably a more reasonably sized structure. Sure. Okay.
So I guess plus stabilizing it against waves and tides and weather.
Yeah,
all of that
would get knocked over here.
Assuming some kind of enchantments and other things.
We got some magical people in the party. They could probably help with that. Yeah. So, got yourself a house.
I start on that.
All right, get your girl moved in and take it from there. That just leaves Barnaby and Lauren. Am I rolling, or does one of you want to volunteer?
I'll let the face decide.
All right. It's just 1 and 2, so I'll just roll a d4. All right, Barnaby.
All right. Fates have decided.
They have decided it was you.
So first off, I still got some things on my list I gotta do.
You do have a decent chunk of your bucket list left unchecked.
Well, not just the bucket list. I got the revenge list too.
Oh God.
I gotta still get that feller that done took my finger. I gotta get after those restaurants that called my gumbo inedible. Namely, the Davidson Brothers, Pulp Kitchen, the Calm Compass. Gotta get them. Oh, and I gotta get the Dirty Brewers. I got one of them, but I haven't gotten the other one.
Are these people in Freeport or are these people back home?
Little mix.
Okay, so you're going to be heading back to the Hinola Wood to settle some scores.
Yeah.
Barbie, are you going to kill restaurant owners in Freeport?
No comment.
No, just get Snowball to give them scathing reviews.
You can shoot them from like 600 feet away and nobody would freaking know.
I can't shoot that far. The bullet falls off.
This is not about the logistics. It's about the morality.
He's gonna get arrested. He's gonna get arrested.
Part of me spends the entire epilogue in prison.
I thought you were talking about just back home. Back home, nobody's really gonna notice.
I'm just saying in Freeport.
Oh, just in Freeport? No, I'm just gonna have a firm talking to them.
That's what the revenge list is for, having a firm talking to.
I mean,
kick back what you said.
Just know that if any restaurants explode in the coming weeks, I'm gonna be a little suspicious. That's all.
Oh, they ain't gonna explode. I wouldn't do it like that.
Anyway, sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Now my fist can speak real good.
All right, so Barnaby's gonna go fight some other chefs for talking shit about his gumbo.
And thus Barnaby starts Cutthroat Kitchen and People Edition.
Talking
I can imagine Barnaby just walking into the restaurant. I challenge you to a duel.
Duel cooking.
I heard you said my gumbo was inedible. I've never seen you before in my life. Who are you?
I don't forget someone who doesn't like my gumbo.
So, settling some scores.
And then I want to get to my bucket list.
And then getting back to the bucket list.
Yep. There's quite a few on there. One of them's write a book. I'm going to start writing all my stories in it.
Yeah.
This will come out very shortly after Noel's adventure autobio.
Actually, I probably have to go talk to Noel. I couldn't figure out how to finish this one story. The problem is it keeps on going.
Which story? What are you talking about?
Oh, there was this one time I was out in the bog and I was going fishing and I needed to catch something really big.
Oh, no. I know what I signed up for.
It was a very long running store that I keep interrupting myself on.
I like to imagine you caught me like while I was walking down the street to go to the store or something, and I'm like just standing there nodding.
He follows you for the rest of the day telling the story.
And now you can see the problem. I can't really figure out how to end it. I caught the fish and all, but I figured not including those other details, which I was thinking about on the time, would be dishonest to the storytellers and store listeners.
Oh my god.
Are you two still up? It's like 2 in the morning.
Sitting in the living room together.
That's where I ended up stopping because I started to get sleepy and I figured that was a good point to break for the night.
There's more?
About another, I look at the moon. Probably till like noon or 1, I think.
You know what, Barnaby?
Tomorrow?
I have some very good advice for you. I had the same problem when I turned in the first draft of my book. My editor was so good about telling me what to cut, and I will give you her number. And you can get in contact with my editor, and you can work through this with her, okay?
Oh, man.
Does she turn hourly?
Number, I guess I mean her address.
Is she hourly?
Yes.
Noel just sends her a very polite note that says, "You wanted to cut so much from my book, so I thought you enjoyed it."
I think Noel would be very appreciative. This is incredibly mean. I think she would send her a gift basket and be like, "I'm so sorry."
God damn. Oh, man, that's funny.
Anyway, I'm going to bed. Good night, Barnaby.
So Barnaby's going to write a book.
Yeah.
what other points are there on his to-do list?
Probably the easiest ones I could probably knock out now that we got some downtime. I am going to dive to a shipwreck. I figure I can just let myself sink and then find something. And then don't sleep for 4 to 8 hours. I'm already a head start on that one.
You've already kind of dived into a shipwreck. You were just also on the ship that was wrecked.
Wait, was that the one with the hippos?
The one that the ship broke in half and went underwater.
That's not diving to a shipwreck.
Yep.
I mean, it's diving on a shipwreck.
Also, they can't.
That could be more impressive, honestly.
My bucket list can't cross over with the existing ones. That one I got struck by lightning 5 times, so I can't count those two as the same day.
Really?
Yep.
I respect it.
So let's see. Yeah, dive to a shipwreck. Don't sleep for 4 to 8 plus hours. I'm already a head start with telling Noelle about the problem I had with my story. Let's see. Try going vegan for a week. That's going to be really tough.
You just eat okra-only gumbo for a week.
It was terrible. Hey, a shark. I figure I might be able to get that while I'm diving. Cook a sea cucumber. Pet.
Oh, pet.
What do you think I said?
I thought you said pay.
Oh.
Which makes a lot less sense.
They don't have a form of currency, I checked. Cook a sea cucumber to find out if they're really a vegetable or not. And then find one of those son of guns that I can't look at and try and punch it. Coconut crabs. Those were probably going to be the easiest ones, I think.
It's
going to be a while till I can find a monarch or president to hog tie.
Isn't the leader of a cult kind of a president? Well, I guess you didn't.
A few weeks after reviewing his bucket list, he's on stage receiving his medal from the mayor of Freeport. The thought flashes across his head.
Mayor it's not the same as monarch presidency.
And then you shake hands with the prime minister.
Prime Minister, I'm sorry for what's about to happen.
And that's what really makes the news. It really is. That's going to be the after thing. Is a month later, Murphy's just going to be hanging out in prison.
It's a hell of a fucking celebration after all of that.
He's sharing a cell with Varys, and you're mad as that.
Well, thankfully, the good things that he's done gives him a lot of things, so it probably, limited it to, 90 days or something.
I feel like Barnaby probably develops, a cult following among the people of Freeport, where it's he's brilliant. He's brilliant. He's they regard him as, this avant-garde, artist, chef, savant. And just start following this everything.
Is Barnaby Banksy? Is Barnaby the Banksy of Freeport?
ACB.
He's the Banksy of food.
What's avant-garde? Does that come some kind of seasoning?
I
don't really know.
That's so good. That's so good. Oh, he's brilliant. He's brilliant.
It's a salad. It's an avant-garde.
Avant-garde.
No, that could be your new appetizer, the avant-garde salad.
Barnaby has to have
which you would never serve because you would never serve salad.
He's got a what? But
he's got to have some kind of cult following develop in Freeport after making that big scene at the award ceremony.
Mr. Prime Minister, I do just want to say one thing before I tie the knot. It's on a bucket list, so hope you understand.
Could you just move your knee a little bit to the left? You're on my neck.
Oh, sorry.
Does Barnaby successfully hog time and then just immediately get grabbed by every single member of security?
Security, dude.
Immediately.
I activate my boots.
He just shoots off into the city.
I had a backup and emergency escape put in. That's what I never had to use.
That's how Barnaby got banned from Freeport.
Nah, he's
I feel like it's banned from that
he's
dining hall.
probably the dining hall.
Well, what else, Barnaby? What else gets you arrested?
Other than that, the next ones are going to be a lot harder to do, so I'll probably work on those over time.
Sure. Okay.
Actually, no, painting with light bug juice would probably be good. Could probably do that.
Oh, that's sort of wholesome.
Hey, does that Prime Minister have a daughter? I got a charm on. Someone put that in my list, I think.
Sir, you know you can't come within 500 feet of the Prime Minister. 500 feet of the Prime
The fact that
Minister.
you publicly hard-tied her dad is probably
Well,
got
what
you in the
about
door
their daughter?
already.
Oh my god.
Rules present for the Prime Minister. What about their daughter?
The Prime Minister's family has requested that you please keep 500 feet away from them at all times.
Dang it, this is going to be more complicated than I thought. I should have done them in reverse order.
No, honestly, if you had probably gotten the Prime Minister's permission, he might have let you do it.
Barnaby said, I believe he said once that he can't get permission for these. Like, they have to be
Organic.
They have to happen naturally.
Well, that just means you need to find a different Prime Minister.
With full resistance.
I really wish you could have just, like, gone to a different continent for that one, Barnaby, but...
There ain't no prime ministers or monarchs or presidents where I'm from. Where do you expect me to go?
Don't you remember Caecilian? He was a monarch.
I'm not going back there because of all the arguments on, oh, it's a deer, I can't eat it even though it talks.
You know what would prove your point is if you tied him up. Then
How
you
they
understand.
prove my point?
I'd love to see what would happen if you tried that.
That is a good thought, and maybe they do have
I don't
a
think
daughter.
we'd ever see him again. I don't think he'd make it back to the regular plane.
Yeah, that's fair.
He gets
Time-
banished. He just gets
time is
banished
all
to the
fun.
abyss.
Time's all funky there too. What? I wonder if they have a daughter now.
Oh god.
Burberry just like pushes the watch down further.
Oh my god. Alright.
Well, it's been like 300 years over there, hasn't it?
Maybe. I have no way of telling.
Well, that's something to keep in consideration. Any of y'all know where a good tornado could be going?
Oh, Lord, could probably make one.
No, it's gotta be natural. I gotta find it.
Just tell Lauren to make a tornado for Barnaby that Barnaby does not know about.
Yes, I hear that there's actually going to be one in Montalban in a couple of months.
Yep, right through a patch of land that nobody lives on.
Can you tell me what the weather's gonna be tomorrow? I need to know if I'm gonna go fishing or not then.
You should be okay to fish tomorrow.
Yep.
Alright, good to know. Because they seem to be able to predict the weather.
Oh, not me. It's these new things they call meteorologists.
They can
Oh, that
predict-
reminds me. Do you think them meteorologists know when the next meteor's coming down? I need to get up there and slap it. Or a comet. Comets are also
Sounds like a
acceptable.
question for meteorologists.
That sounds like I don't know them personally. You'd have to check with the newspaper people.
Mr. Barnaby, you know you're not allowed within 500 feet of this office.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I just need to talk to your meteorologist.
I'm going to have to call the authorities.
God darn it.
All right. So, finally, Lauren,
Yes.
back to you. What is Lauren doing in the months after the conclusion of this conflict?
Eventually she'd go on her honeymoon with Adlar,
Mhm.
and I don't think it'd be very relaxing.
No? Why not?
Lauren's gonna be like, oh cool, a monster, let's go kill it.
Lauren, no. We are supposed to be relaxing.
Adler's gonna learn. Lauren does not know how to relax.
She takes them to like the most like wild, untamed part of the planet.
Yeah.
So
So back to Daggermore then?
What? What'd you say?
So back to Daggermore then?
Probably the jungles of Cramocon or something.
Yeah.
Adler, look at T-Rex. Lauren, no, this is the third one this day. Too it's weak. I'm tired. I want to relax on the beach.
But now I can turn into it, Adler, look!
So, working honeymoon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
And then I think she'd just be at the village.
Okay.
I feel like she'd jump around a lot. I don't think she'd stay in one place for very long. Gotta keep moving.
That's fair. I feel like she's not one to settle down.
Mm-mm.
She's got a very active kind of impulsiveness, I guess that's the word.
Yeah.
Just, you need to be doing stuff. Always doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, village, Freeport, Montauban, Daggermore.
Mm-hmm.
Freeport, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah. Occasionally go to like some other random areas. Like what's over here?
Far flung.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just traveling.
Get out and see the world.
Yeah.
Occasionally touch base with Alexei to see how the Emerald Guard is going. Getting that set up.
I think I feel like when she's in Freeport, she's probably talking to Alexei a lot.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'd say if there's any place she probably spends the most time, it's probably in Freeport.
Yeah.
Honestly. I don't think she spends a lot of time in the village because I still think there's underlying guilt there. So I think she'd have like a house there, but it'd be very vacant.
That's fair.
Yeah. If you're, I think she'd be in the house in Freeport a lot.
So would I.
There.
Wait, this begs a question.
Hmm.
How did the party go?
Oh, don't worry, we're gonna cover that later.
Yeah.
In explicit detail.
Ow.
I'm just gonna mind my own business, and then, like, in the week or so, you guys are gonna post a very long RP.
Oh yeah, the log.
Just make our own chat room for it.
No, I have I've started
some,
like notes. And it
Is this
says
the
things
invitation
to do, and I said explicit orgy roleplay. I have it on my list. Just kidding.
Is this a Lawrence bucket list or Chani's bucket
This
list?
is Johnny's bucket list.
It gets kind of blurry in the epilogue stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think she'd just be like hopping around, checking in on the Emerald Guard. Do you know what her dad would choose to do?
I think that her dad would. I think he would initially try to rejoin the Wardens and like kind of slot back into his old position. But I think talking to him over, the next couple of months, you can definitely sense like it's been so long and like so much has changed in that 10-year gap. And the Wardens are kind of different people since he died. And they're not really the organization he remembers. And you can tell there's a part of him that feels kind of guilty about that. It's like this I feel like part of the current situation is my fault, but I can't do anything about that. And I think over time, and a few conversations with Lauren about it, he would eventually decide to step back and step down from the conservator role. And I think over time you would see him getting more and more interested in trying to make himself useful to the Emerald Guard somehow, before he finally, eventually, formally, joins up.
Gotcha. How is the Emerald Guard going with Alexi's?
I mean, in the months after this all goes down, the Emerald Guard is pretty much just a secret club of ex-wardens who are, taking shifts to go down to the bottom of the ocean and start filling in the foundation of this ancient tower.
I feel like Alorn would want it to kind of have a meeting with people and be like, what do you want out of this type of stuff, and get other these ex-wardens' opinions and stuff. What did what
do they want?
Yeah, she'll give him her ideas and stuff, but kind of make it a group collaborative thing. Get ideas from everybody and share some of them probably with Alexi and stuff.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing you get out of that is they like the wardens, except for the part where the wardens wouldn't take a stand and fight. They felt like the wardens had the ability but lacked the will to step up and fight back against these threats that were literally on their doorstep. And they're not okay with that. So if you're down to run this like that organization, but with that permission,
well,
that's kind of all they're asking for.
Well, that's great, because we have a very easy framework because there's 2 ex-conservators.
So does that make you the steward?
Am I the steward? I feel like she'd ask that. Am I the steward in this? Is that where I am?
I think that's a organizational question we could put to the group, or we could, when you founded us, ostensibly.
Does there need to be a steward, though?
You probably met with some blank stares, I don't know, should there be a steward?
I feel like there is really a need for one. Keep it more democratic, instead of have a democratic thing and then one person above them all that makes the final decision.
Like pirates. One of them will chime in. Pirates elect their captains. You can be captain.
I do like being a captain.
Alexi's over here you just like it because it's pirate-based.
I had a fun time there, okay? More fun than I should have. Very much debauchery, but fun.
I like pirates too. Yeah, pirates pretty cool. I'm cool with it. Yeah, all in favor. Aye. A lot of
Did they just all agree that pirates are cool? Is that was that what was on the table?
Hey.
Motion passes.
All in favor, pirates are cool.
All in favor, the Lord is pirate captain. Aye.
Okay, I don't want to be referred to as pirate captain because that will give our organization a very bad rep.
Okay, all in favor, just making the title captain. Aye.
Not Alexi?
They just look at Alexi and just look back to you.
What's Alexi's reaction?
He just shrugs and looks at you I told you had a following.
Okay. Well, how about this? I guess, yeah, that works, whatever. Sure, I guess I'd like to rename it from conservators and stewards and stuff. It sounds so boring and so boring.
What about piratey stuff like first mate, second mate, quartermaster, bosun?
You know
pirates
what?
Are cool. Aye.
Okay, let's hold up on this pirate thing, y'all. We just brought down a pirate Lord Gold. So
Are the people in this room the top minds of this organization?
I assume this is all 60, 70 of them.
Yeah, I think it's just like
Oh, this is a full. Okay, got it.
This is the full assembly of the Emerald Guard.
You got the best of the best and the other end.
They're all here.
Everyone's here. Got it.
But I feel like Aloran would be like, well, if we're doing elected officials, I feel like we should elect who we want to be representing as like the head of the council. I would assume it'd be me, and because he's smart, as she points out Alexei, and Volos because he's also smart. And well,
I'm not as smart as him.
who said that?
Volos.
Well,
Could have been
I don't
Volos
think
or Alexei.
any of us are as smart as Alexei. So there's only so far we can go as being.
I don't know if Alexei's got like that leader energy though.
Yeah, so Alexei's like the little puppet master in the back with all his smart brains.
So I should be micromanaging you from behind the scenes.
I swear to God, if you micromanage me,
Got
I
it.
will
Nope.
fight you.
Point taken. I will do that. Exactly.
Aye.
Wait, are they all agreeing to Alexei micromanaging Aloran?
Yes, and they're all laughing about it.
No.
They all think it's very funny.
No, I don't like this. I don't like this, guys.
Democracy's great. Yeah.
This is Aloran's
way better than the Wardens.
Aloran's first civics lesson.
To summarize it, I think the Emerald Guard is definitely a lot more informal than the Wardens ever were. But they are definitely dedicated. They definitely have a vibe of a very large adventuring guild, more so than the Wardens did. Wardens operated very much like an institution. These guys are like, nah, we're getting out there, we're doing shit. No bureaucrats. We're going for it. And I think there's definitely a lot of energy around the idea of trying to get out and get ahead of possible dangers, trying to coordinate with the East Alliance if at all possible.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff that's kind
Could
of
this be this world version of the Adventurers Guild?
That's the CAA.
Well, the CAA is a Adventurers Guild. These guys are kind of turning into another guild / warden competitor. They're in a weird nebulous spot, and they have some very prominent people leading them.
I imagine it would take a few years before they find their real footing.
Yeah, their stride.
Yeah.
But, there's definitely energy. They are dedicated. They are here for it.
Yeah. I feel like Aloran would probably. I think the startup of this would work very closely probably with the Gatewatch.
Mm-hmm.
And the Eastern Alliance.
Yeah. Try and get some level of coordination between them set up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like her goal with the Emerald Guard is to almost be the middleman between all the organizations.
Interesting.
Try to get everybody to work together.
Yeah. I think
instead of keeping it so divided into each faction, we do this, we do that. Why can't we all coordinate to help everybody else out with all these things? Type of thing. The military can't go, the Emerald Guard will go. Stuff like that.
Yeah. I think there's definitely a lot of support for that idea in the Guard's ranks. They are game to get more involved. They want more involvement.
Yeah.
I think the longer term ramifications are yet to be seen as the Guard grows, but we can discuss that more later.
Yeah.
Anything else from Aloran?
When does Varys get hung?
Probably pretty close to the summer solstice.
She'll be there.
Yeah. It's not a huge.
She'd actually
ordeal.
probably go see him beforehand, and she'd go up to Gideon and be like, "Can I just borrow the head for one brief afternoon?"
Forget insult to injury. You're adding injury to injury.
Oh yeah. Please, 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 please. I'm not gonna puppet it, I promise.
I will just say
Much.
that this demonstration you do does not go over well with Varys, to say the very least.
Oh yeah. She's not even gonna go crazy with it. She's just gonna like put it on the head and be like, "You recognize him?
Yeah,
I killed him."
it doesn't go well. He fucking loses it. Guards have to come in and just drag him out.
All right, I'll see you at your
Like,
execution.
screaming down the hall.
Bye. I'm gonna see if they'll let me pull the lever.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. When Varys is finally executed, it's not a very big thing. They do it in the courtyard of the prison, and
Lauren's like, "Can I do it?"
I love that this is the note we're ending the session on.
I have something to go after this session.
Oh, okay.
Or after this scene. So
She's like, "Can I do it? Come on, come on."
they'll just go for it.
Sweet. She'll just, boop.
Yeah.
No, she'll do the classic turn into a bear and rip his head off. She hasn't gotten to do that in a really long time.
He's at a gallows already.
Yeah.
Well, it's a squeamish fucking ordeal.
Yep.
Suddenly, I'm really glad I'm in Montalban.
Sure.
So.
Sorry.
To wrap all of this up.
Are we gonna pivot to something more positive?
Yes. I have one last little bit. I think at some point later this year, Strat de Lapland would reach out to everybody and ask if y'all would be willing to have a sit down, have an interview, and maybe talk a bit about the emeralds in the context of your upcoming book, Noelle, and also Barnaby's, which he's also apparently writing about your adventures.
Gonna write a puff piece?
Try and get, it's just something about the lost emeralds while the irons are still hot. So assuming everybody's game, he would, meet you guys on the beach, and you guys could have like a nice, long, extended conversation about your adventures, what drove you, what you all thought about everything after the fact, and what you're doing now. And he would also, I think, have with him one of those new cameras that you saw at the award ceremony, and would ask if you'd be willing to pose for a picture to go in the paper. Just the 5 of you.
I think we could do that.
Just the 5. What about Bart?
5.5.
All
right. He will set up a picture, and I did put this together over the past couple of months for the end of the campaign. So I hope that you all enjoy.
Oh shoot! I hope I look good on camera.
Oh my gosh, it came out so good.
I did come out good.
Dude, that's fantastic.
He would let you all know that if you wanted to print, he'd be more than happy to make copies for everyone. So
Barnaby looks so shell-shocked. That looks great, Platt.
Barnaby's expression is fucking perfect, dude.
I like that you remembered John's tusks.
Yeah, those are kind of central to a half-orc.
It's the half-orc in him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're very rarely mentioned when we're seeing any of the images.
He's usually just big. Yeah, I think
so good.
Burberry's totally hanging that on the wall.
I think that's all I got. So
Thank you very much for the campaign, but very well done.
Thank you all for playing.
I can't say that yet. I gotta say that next session.
Well, next session will be in person, so we'll have our little epilogue talk about long-term after campaign stuff for everybody, and probably talk a little bit about next campaign too. So,
looking forward to it.
Yeah. Thank you all.
And thank you, stream, for listening.
It's
still nobody listening.
I was listening once.
No, I mean if we're discounting ourselves, nobody's listening.
137 sessions.
Whew.
That was a lot of sessions. How long have we been doing this campaign?
We started in 2021. In June or July, I think.
Almost 4 years.
I mean, it's got to be 138.
Is it 138?
Next, if we're counting the epilogue, which I assume we would.
All right. Are we recording that one?
Yeah.
All right. Then 138. This is the end of continuous time.
Yes.
In campaign. The epilogue is a lengthy, multi-year spanning conversation. So we will, we'll pick up there a couple weeks.
All right.
So,
well, I guess good game, everybody. Very, very good
job,
game.
everybody.